4 continents, 4 legends, 4 stories whispered across generations. From haunted homes in Europe, to vengeful spirits in Asia, to a ghostly mother who walks the rivers of the Americas. Tonight, we bring you 4 terrifying stories from around the world. In the town of Bargoed, South Wales, there once stood a house that looked no different from the others along Cardiff Road. It was called Gladstone Villa, named after the former Prime Minister William Gladstone. To strangers passing by, it appeared modest and unremarkable, a solid stone house, typical of the area. Yet those who stepped inside soon discovered its ordinary appearance was a mask. Behind that facade lay one of the most unsettling and enduring haunting stories in Welsh history, a tale whispered with unease in local pubs and remembered in hushed tones by those who lived nearby. The Dexter family moved into Gladstone Villa in 1969. Andrew was only a baby when his mother, Carolyn, and his grandparents, Bill and Rita, settled into what they believed would be a safe and welcoming home. The house had all the promise of stability, but within days it revealed a darker nature. Almost immediately, subtle disturbances suggested that something unseen claimed the villa as its own. At first, these happenings were easy to dismiss. The lights would flicker unexpectedly, though the wiring had been checked and no faults were found. Electrical cables shifted as if pulled by an invisible hand. At night, deliberate footsteps echoed across the upstairs bedroom, steady and unmistakable. They always came from the same place, the main bedroom, even when it was empty. Bill was the first to react. He would suddenly pause, point toward a corner, and declare, "He's here." His family felt only the heavy stillness of the air, but Bill was convinced someone stood among them. The disturbances escalated swiftly. A glass bottle once launched itself across the room, shattering against the wall inches from Bill. Another night, Andrew's father awoke to a chilling sight, an ironing board inexplicably resting on top of him as he slept. No one could explain how it had moved. The attic became a particular focus of terror. Though sealed tight, the family heard the distinct crash of something leaping down from it onto the landing. The thud was so real it shook the walls, but when they forced the hatch open and searched, they found only dust and silence. Terrified yet strangely resigned, the family gave their unseen housemate a name, Johnny. But Johnny was no harmless prankster. Carolyn, Andrew's mother, had a vision that left her shaken for life. She claimed to see a tall, hooded figure in a brown monk's habit standing silently in the doorway. The figure's face remained hidden beneath the hood, but its stillness was oppressive, radiating a heavy presence. Others in the house reported hearing Gregorian chanting, low and haunting, as though a distant choir sang behind closed doors. Perhaps most chilling were the cries of a baby, drifting through the rooms with heart-wrenching clarity. Caroline often rushed to Andrew's crib, only to find her son sleeping peacefully, untouched by the sounds that tormented the others. As months turned into years, the family's fear deepened. Rita and Carolyn refused to sleep upstairs, dragging bedding into the living room and making the downstairs their refuge. Even young Andrew, though barely old enough to understand, sensed the dread that clung to the house. Bill alone clung to stubborn denial. He claimed the spirit meant them no harm, but even he admitted the power of what haunted them could not be ignored. Seeking relief, the family reached out for help. The police were called, and though officers reluctantly searched the attic, they emerged pale and uneasy, unwilling to linger. Later, a medium named John Matthews was invited. He announced that the house held an earthbound spirit with unfinished business, something tethering it to Gladstone Villa. His warning brought no comfort. Desperate, they turned to the church. Reverend Graham Jones blessed the house, and for a time the activity lessened. Hope briefly returned. But soon the disturbances came back with greater force, as though the spirit resented the attempt to drive it away. The haunting dragged on nearly a decade. By the late 1970s, The Dexters were exhausted. In the summer of 1978, as they prepared to leave, the activity reached its terrifying peak. On their final night, the house came alive with fury. The doorknob rattled violently. Boxes already packed for moving were thrown across the hall, and unseen hands seemed to rearrange their belongings. Bill, for the first time, even he admitted that they were in the grip of something far beyond reason. Years later, Andrew, now grown, began researching the villa's past. His discoveries gave chilling context to what they had endured. In 1924, a baby named Elvin Kimmiott had died in the house, perhaps explaining the phantom cries that echoed through its rooms. The monk-like apparition, he learned, might have been connected to a monastery that once stood nearby in the 16th century, or to a hidden priest's refuge that had been sealed across the road during the turbulent years of religious persecution. Each piece of history added weight to the belief that Gladstone Villa was not merely haunted, but a crossroads of restless spirits, bound to centuries of loss. Gladstone Villa eventually ceased to exist as a family home. It was converted into a hotel, and later into a care home, but the stories never stopped. Guests and staff spoke of lights flickering without cause, of figures in white moving silently through corridors, and most disturbingly, of a baby crying in the dead of night. No amount of renovation seemed able to erase the mark left upon the place. Today, the legend of Gladstone Villa endures as one of the most chilling hauntings in South Wales. For the Dexter family, it was nearly a decade of fear, sleepless nights, and encounters that defied explanation. For the community, it remains a cautionary tale of a house where past and present collided. A story of a monk shrouded in shadow, a child whose cries echoed long after death, and an entity they came to call Johnny, a spirit that lingered long after the family fled, ensuring Gladstone Villa would never be forgotten. That was the chilling mystery of Gladstone Villa in Wales. But across the seas, in Japan, another spirit's curse took root. The story of Oiwa, a woman wronged, whose rage could not be buried. Every culture has its ghost legends, stories whispered by firelight, warnings passed down through generations. But in Japan, one legend rises above them all, a story so cursed, so deeply feared, that even now nearly 2 centuries later, actors still tremble before performing it. This is the legend of Yotsuya Kaiden, the tragic fate of Oiwa, the woman who became Japan's most famous ghost. It is the summer of 1825. Edo, what we now call Tokyo, is alive with color and life. The bustling streets echo with the sounds of merchants, the aroma of street food, the laughter of children running through alleys. But above all, the beating heart of the city is Kabuki Theater. The stage is where samurai clash, lovers defy fate, and legends are born. On one fateful night, a new play takes the stage at the Nakamuraza Theater. The playwright, Tsuruya Namboku IV, unveils his latest work, Yotsuya Kaiden, the ghost story of Yotsuya. Audiences expect sword fights, melodrama, maybe even humor. What they receive instead is terror, unlike anything they had ever seen. The story follows a ronin, a masterless samurai named Tamiya Iman. Once bound by honor, he now slips deeper into greed, betrayal, and lust. His choices drag him down a path so dark that it will not only destroy him, but awaken a vengeance that will echo through eternity. At the center of this tragedy is Oiwa. Gentle, loyal, and devoted, she is Amon's wife, faithful to him even when he proves unworthy of her love. But their bond begins in blood. Oiwa's father, suspicious of Amon's intentions, opposes their union. In secret, Amon murders him, plunging his blade into the man who only sought to protect his daughter. With chilling calm, he swears to Oiwa that he will avenge her father's death, hiding the truth that he himself is the killer. For a time, Amon's mask holds. He plays the role of husband, but inside him grows a hunger for wealth and power. Soon, another woman enters his life, the granddaughter of a wealthy nobleman. If Iman can marry her, he will gain riches, lands, and status. But there is one obstacle in his way: Oiwa, the loyal wife who loves him too deeply to ever suspect his betrayal. Eamon devises a plan. Oiwa is given a gift face cream, said to restore beauty and youth. She accepts it with trust, unaware it is poisoned. At first, nothing seems wrong. But slowly, her body betrays her. Her skin burns as though set aflame. Her face swells grotesquely, her features twisting beyond recognition. One eye bulges and droops. Her hair falls in clumps to the floor, strands clinging to her trembling hands. She lifts a mirror and beholds the nightmare of what she has become. The woman she once was, kind, radiant, full of life, is gone. In her place is a figure of horror, deformed by the treachery of the man she devoted her life to. Heartbroken, humiliated, and driven to despair, she takes up a blade. In agony and delirium, she stumbles, collapses, and dies, but not before uttering words that will outlast her final breath. A curse upon Eamon. The curse of a betrayed woman. The curse of an Onryu, a spirit of vengeance. Death does not silence Oiwa. It frees her. She rises from the grave, clad in the white burial kimono of the dead. Her hair, long and black, hangs damp as if she has just crawled from the earth itself. Her one ruined eye glares with eternal rage, her lips pulled into a grotesque sneer. She is no longer the woman Eamon knew. She is vengeance incarnate, and she will not let him rest. Everywhere Eamon turns, he sees her. Her reflection shimmers in paper lanterns. Her face stares from the surface of mirrors. Strangers on the street seem to wear her features, if only for a moment. Each time he tries to run, she is there, watching, waiting. His fear twists into madness. He lashes out, murdering those around him in blind terror. Convinced they are Oiwa returned to claim him. His sanity splinters, his world collapses. The curse consumes him. And in 1825, as the curtain fell on Yotsuya Kaiden, audiences sat frozen. They had expected entertainment, but instead they were confronted with nightmare. The play was more than a performance. It was an invocation of dread. But the story did not remain confined to the stage. Oiwa's image, her pale face, her drooping eye, her long, stringy black hair, etched itself into Japan's collective imagination. She became the blueprint for terror itself. Generations later, her influence can be seen in every shadowy figure of Japanese horror. Sadako from The Ring, Kayako from Ju-on, The Grudge. All descend from Oiwa's curse. Yet the legend is not merely fiction. In Tokyo's Yotsuya district stands a small shrine dedicated to Oiwa. Locals say she once prayed here in life. Today, it is a place of reverence and fear. Actors, filmmakers, and playwrights who dare to retell Yotsuya Kaiden come to this shrine. They light incense, bow deeply, and whisper prayers for Oiwa's blessing. For they know what happens to those who neglect her. Strange accidents, mysterious illnesses, sudden deaths. Misfortune stalks those who fail to honor the spirit they are invoking. To this day, no serious production of Yotsuya Kaiden dares ignore her shrine. Betrayal, poison, vengeance. These are the threads that weave the tale of Oiwa. Nearly 200 years have passed since her story first terrified an Edo audience. Yet her curse still lingers, etched into stage, film, and memory. So the next time you pass a mirror in a darkened room, look closely. If you see a pale face staring back, one eye sunken, hair draped across her cheek, do not blink. Do not look away, because Oiwa's curse may not have ended in the theater. It may have found you. Japan's ghost of betrayal still terrifies to this day. Yet far south, in the villages of India, people faced a different terror. a witch who knocks at your door in the dead of night. They say, in the villages of South India, a witch walks at night. She does not come with a storm, or with thunder, or with fire. She comes quietly. Some say she drifts like smoke, a shadow sliding between the trees, her presence colder than the wind. Others whisper that she walks like any other woman, her sari brushing against the dust, her hair loose and tangled, hiding a face you never want to see. Always, it begins the same way. She knocks on doors. First, the sound is soft, like a neighbor calling, like a friend who has arrived late in the evening. But if you do not answer, the knocking grows louder, more urgent, more insistent, until the sound rattles in your bones. And then comes the voice. She does not speak in her own tone, No, the witch is clever. She speaks in the voice of someone you love, a mother, a father, a child, a dear friend, whoever you trust the most, whoever you would never refuse. You hear them on the other side of the door, calling softly, begging you to let them in. And if you make the mistake of opening that door, the night swallows you whole. No one has ever come back. For years, people lived in terror of her. Stories spread from village to village of families who vanished overnight, of children who opened the door when their parents were away, of husbands who thought their wives were returning home. Whole communities would stay awake until dawn, whispering prayers, clutching lamps, too afraid to close their eyes. Every knock in the dark was a death sentence waiting to be answered. But then they found her weakness. Not fire, not iron, not the chanting of holy men. Just two simple words, na laba. In Kannada, it means, come tomorrow. The discovery was an accident, some say. A drunken man, too tired to rise and too afraid to open the door, shouted it in frustration. Na laba, come tomorrow. And to his amazement, the knocking stopped. The footsteps faded. When morning came, he was alive. Word spread like wildfire. Soon, every family painted or carved those words onto their doors, their gates, their walls. And it worked. Night after night, the witch would arrive. She would knock. She would call. She would whisper in voices that could break the strongest heart. But every time, she saw the words. Na laba, come tomorrow. And she obeyed. She left. The next night, she came again. Again, she read the words. Again, she left. Over and over, for weeks, months, years. A cycle without end. The people began to believe they had beaten her, that their simple trick was enough to bind her forever. Villages once frozen in fear began to breathe again. Doors opened during the day. Festivals returned. Children played in the streets. Yet the writing never disappeared. Even as walls crumbled and paint faded, the words were always replaced, always repainted, always carved anew. Because no one truly believed she was gone. Even today, if you wander through forgotten alleys or pass through old villages in Karnataka, you may still see the words faded, scratched, nearly erased by time. Na le ba, come tomorrow. Sometimes written in bright paint, sometimes in chalk, sometimes nothing more than a desperate scrawl across rotting wood. Always waiting, always warning. But legends are never so simple. Some say the witch is not bound by the words, only amused by them. That she could step inside any night she chose, but the game is sweeter this way, watching people cling to their fragile sense of safety. Others whisper that each time she leaves, she grows hungrier, that every tomorrow makes her stronger, that the day she finally decides not to obey, her hunger will devour an entire village in a single night. There are darker versions too, stories of people who vanished even though the words were written on their walls. A family whose doors were covered in na le ba from roof to floor, yet their house was found empty by sunrise. No struggle, no broken locks, just silence as if they had stepped out of this world and into hers. Some villagers believe that if you hear her knock 3 times and survive, it is only because she has marked you. That from then on, wherever you go, she will follow. From city streets to lonely fields, the sound of her knuckles on the door will haunt you. And one night, no matter how many times you write the words, she will finally be done waiting. And perhaps that is the truest terror of Na Li Ba. It is not a weapon, not a cure, not salvation. It is only a delay, a way to push death into the shadows of tomorrow. But tomorrow always comes. So remember this. If you ever find yourself in the quiet of a South Indian village and you hear a knock at night, do not answer. Do not speak. Do not let your heart be fooled by the voices you love. Just look to the door, look to the wall, and hope the words are still there, clear and unbroken. Na Le Ba, come tomorrow. Because one night, after centuries of waiting, she may grow tired of the game. She may decide the waiting is over. And when she does, no door, no prayer, no word will save you. The whispers of Na Le Ba still linger in old streets and fading paint. But on the other side of the world, in Mexico, another woman roams the night. Her name is spoken with fear by every child. She is La Llorona, the weeping woman. They say if you linger by the water after midnight, you'll hear her first. A thin, broken cry drifting over the river, as faint and haunting as mist. Some swear it rises with the fog, curling through the reeds, slipping into every open window. Others claim it comes suddenly, splitting the silence like a blade, sending even the bravest souls running for shelter. From the canals of old Mexico to the lonely creeks of the frontier, travelers have passed down the same story for centuries. A woman in white, gliding along the banks, searching for something she can never find. Some called her a warning, others a curse, and most would not even whisper her name once the sun had set. But tonight we will. La Llorona, the weeping woman. Her story is sewn into centuries of campfire stories and midnight warnings. Mothers hushed restless children with it, and elders leaned close to whisper her fate. Her voice, they said, carried one meaning only. Don't follow the water, and don't look back. Was she born from grief? A ghost bound to the moonlit rivers she cannot leave? Her tale flows through time, like the rivers she haunts, reshaping but never vanishing. Stay close to the fire. Keep your eyes fixed on the shore, because once you hear her cry, some say it never leaves you. Long ago, there lived a woman of astonishing beauty. Her eyes held storms and secrets. Her voice moved hearts like music, and her smile could silence a room. Men spoke of her as though she were a dream brought to life. But beauty is no shield, it is a weight, one that drew envy, desire, and danger. In the end, it led her to ruin. She gave her heart to a man of wealth, a man who promised her the world. He gave her children, but not his loyalty. He gave her hope, but not his truth. As nights grew colder and whispers sharper, she watched the man she loved drift farther away, until at last he rode off with another woman at his side. Her grief grew heavy. Her sorrow turned black. And on one fateful night, standing at the river's edge, she clutched her children in her arms. Her tears blurred the stars above. Her sobs shook the reeds around her. In that storm of despair or rage, she lowered them into the water. Their cries rose against the night, high and piercing, until the river swallowed them whole. When she realized what she had done, she screamed. She clawed at the water until her nails broke. She begged for mercy, for one last chance. But the river kept its silence. "Oh, my children," she cried. Her wail ripped through the valley, tearing the night apart. Some said the mountains themselves echoed her cry, carrying it from village to village. When dawn came, no one saw her again. Some claimed she drowned herself, chasing their spirits into the current. Others whispered that the river itself took her as its bride, binding her to its depths forever. But death did not silence her. She was denied rest. She was condemned to wander. Her ghost rose in the white robe of death, hair streaming black and dripping like the river itself. Her eyes, dark and endless, searched for the children she could never hold again. Her cry was no longer sorrow, but warning. A curse, and so she roams still. Because if La Llorona finds you near the water, she may mistake you for one of her own. Her story did not simply appear, grew from centuries of fear. Some trace her tale to colonial Mexico, when priests warned children not to stray into dangerous canals. To them, La Llorona was both punishment and parable, a figure of sin and consequence. But others trace her roots back to the Aztecs. They tell of Cihuacotl, the serpent woman, who walked the streets of Tenochtitlan at night, weeping for her lost children. Her cries, it was said, foretold the empire's fall to the Spaniards. When the conquest came, the goddess became the ghost. The prophecy became the curse, and her voice did not stop there. By the 1800s, her story had crossed deserts and borders. Families in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona passed it on. Around campfires, they told their children, "Don't play near the river after dark. Don't answer if you hear her cry. Because the lady in white waits by the banks, ready to take you." She was grief. She was punishment. She was the river's warning. And still, even now, she has not gone silent. In towns along the Rio Grande, families whisper of nights when her wail drifts through the dark. A cry so sharp, so human, it freezes the blood. So real that it seems she must be standing just outside the door. Yet when the door is opened, there is nothing, only the dark water moving slowly past. Drivers speak of her too. A pale woman in white, standing alone at the roadside, her veil trailing like mist in the wind. Those who stop say she vanishes the moment they draw near. Those who pass her by still hear her sobbing in the rearview mirror, following them long after the road has emptied. In one story, a boy was pulled from a river, coughing and soaked but alive. He swore a woman had been holding his hand beneath the water. His mother, watching from the bank, said no one else was there. And so the stories continue. Whispers of footsteps by the shore, cries carried on the current, a presence in the reeds. And in the silence of the night, when the wind dies and the water darkens, many still swear they have heard her voice. La Llorona is more than a ghost story. She is grief made eternal, a mother's sorrow turned into curse, a warning stitched into centuries of memory. She has haunted the canals of Mexico, the villages of the frontier, and the lonely highways of today. She endures because she is everywhere water flows, everywhere grief lingers, everywhere someone has lost what cannot be returned. So if you ever find yourself walking alone at night, and the river runs dark at your side, listen closely. If the air grows colder, if the world falls silent, if you hear a cry that does not belong to the wind, don't follow, don't answer, because she may already be calling for you. 4 stories, 3 continents, 1 truth: the dead never rest, and the living are never safe. Which of these legends haunts you the most? Tell us in the comments. And if you dare, subscribe for more nightmares from around the world. Some stories don't just frighten us, they unravel the very fabric of reality. Tonight, we're diving into 5 terrifying stories of cosmic horror. From vanishing towns to cursed libraries, from endless nights to haunted crimes, and finally, to something far older than humanity itself. Turn down the lights, and don't look away, because once you glimpse the abyss, it never lets you go. There are ghost towns all across America. Some stand in the desert sun, their buildings slumped but still recognizable, where tourists wander and take photographs. Some are only foundations buried in weeds, forgotten by everyone, but a few historians with more patience than sense. and some don't exist at all anymore, erased by fire, flood, or the steady march of time. But Coldbrook was different, because Coldbrook did not fade. It vanished. Twice. Coldbrook was a farming town in the low valleys of the Midwest, built along a shallow river that wound between forests and fields. A silo rose above the horizon, marking the land for miles. There was a row of stores along Main Street, 2 churches with rival congregations, and a schoolhouse where children scraped chalk into boards while their fathers worked the land. It was no more or less remarkable than any other small town of the era. And then, in 1913, it was gone. Not in the way most towns are gone, with burnt beams and blackened chimneys. Not in the way of floods, where ruins lie under silt and water. Coldbrook was gone as though it had been brushed away by a hand. Travelers reached the road one morning to find nothing but fields and trees. The grain silo, the school, the houses, the people, gone. Where a main street had been was only grass, grown as if undisturbed for centuries. Where fences had divided property, there was nothing but smooth soil. It was not destruction, it was erasure. Families arrived from neighboring counties searching for kin. They found no graves, no photographs, no belongings. It was as though the people of Coldbrook had never existed. And yet, records remained, birth certificates stamped with the town name, bills of sale, a census written by careful hands only months before. The government dispatched surveyors. Newspapers sent men with notebooks. They all found the same: nothing. A headline from the Columbus Sentinel, dated September 1913, read, "Whole town missing, Coldbrook erased." The story gripped readers for weeks, then faded. There was no explanation, no recovery, no survivors. The earth was smooth, and the world moved on. For 4 decades, Coldbrook was nothing but a rumor. A campfire tale traded in whispers. Some said it had sunk. Others said it had burned without ash. Others still claimed the land had swallowed it for sins too grave to name. But in 1954, motorists on a nearby highway began to report lights. They swore they saw houses glowing across the fields at dusk, a grid of yellow dots like windows. A church steeple outlined against the moon. And when they slowed, they heard the sound of bells carried faintly on the wind. By winter, Coldbrook was back, not as ruins, not rebuilt, but standing whole, exactly as it had been. The silo, the schoolhouse, the churches. Families walked the streets. Shops sold flour and nails. Children played in the snow. Surveyors returned in disbelief. They spoke to residents who insisted nothing unusual had happened. Coldbrook's always been here, they said. They had records, photographs, keepsakes. They laughed at the notion that their town had been gone for 40 years. But there were cracks. Maps did not agree. Surveyors charted the streets, but compasses spun, bearings shifted, distances contradicted themselves. Clocks ticked unevenly. Shadows stretched in strange directions. Photographs blurred, some showing buildings at angles impossible for their frames. Visitors felt unease they could not name. They described silence behind walls when laughter sounded, curtains fluttering without wind, faces in windows repeating the same smile over and over. Some swore the residents' eyes caught the light too sharply, reflecting like mirrors. One newspaper editor, after visiting, wrote in a private note never published. They were kind, too kind, like actors remembering their lines. I don't think they know what they are. Then, in 1957, Coldbrook vanished again. Drivers turned down the same road to find empty fields. The town was gone. Houses, families, streets all erased once more. The land was smooth and quiet. The state filed no explanation. The newspapers barely covered it. It was as though Coldbrook had been forgotten on purpose. After the second vanishing, people began to speak of other places that felt wrong. Small towns glimpsed at the edges of roads, towns not marked on maps, towns that seemed too still, too quiet. Travelers stopped for gas or bread, only to find later that no such place existed. Some never returned at all. Researchers who studied Coldbrook found their notes changing. Journals filled with words they did not remember writing, diagrams of spirals and angles that bent across the page. Soil samples taken from the site corroded overnight, metals twisting into patterns like veins, bones etched with grooves that resembled streets. Folklore enthusiasts gathered clippings, compiling the fragments. One whispered warning appeared again and again. Don't stay the night. Those who lingered in Coldbrook's echo did not leave whole. Some returned changed, eyes reflecting no light, voices stuttering into loops. Some grew silent and still, as though waiting for something unseen. Others were never seen again, though their cars remained parked by the roadside, engines cooling. You see, Coldbrook was never a town. It was a mask, a shape worn by something vast, pressing against the skin of reality. It was a hunger that borrowed streets and steeples the way a predator borrows shadows. It lured with familiarity, grain silos, white fences, the warmth of neighbors' smiles. But beneath, it was something else entirely. Visitors who looked too closely saw the truth. Houses with too many doors, rooms without furniture, streets that bent inward, spiraling down into soil that pulsed faintly underfoot, basements with no end. The people were not people. They were echoes, shadows dressed in skin, repeating the same gestures, the same words. And when visitors believed, when they walked the streets and slept under the roofs, they were taken, folded into the mask, made part of the illusion. That was why Coldbrook returned stronger each time, because every believer, every witness, every victim gave it weight. Coldbrook has not officially returned since 1957, but stories say otherwise. Hikers speak of walking into valleys where no trails should lead and finding streets beneath their feet. Truckers whisper of towns where the lights glow too steady, where gas pumps work, though no wires run, where clerks stare too low. Campers tell of church bells heard in forests, miles from any road. Some photographs circulate on fringe forums, grainy images of Coldbrook's silo, its churches, its neat row of houses. These pictures always taken from a distance, always blurred, always disbelieved. But those who see them too long find the shapes repeating in their dreams. They dream of streets bending inward, of skies collapsing into funnels of black. They dream of being welcomed home to a town that should not exist. Coldbrook is not gone. It waits. It waits to be believed again, to be walked again, to be fed again. Each time stronger, each time more convincing, each time hungrier. And it does not need to wear the same name. When it comes again, it may be called something else. Fairvale, Millhaven, Hollow's End, a town not marked on any map, waiting just off the road you always drive. You may stop for gas, buy bread at a corner store, nod at neighbors who greet you warmly. You may think it's ordinary, but if you sleep there, if you breathe its air, if you look too long into the windows at night, you will not leave. Because Coldbrook is not a town. It is hunger shaped like streets. And hunger always returns. If entire towns can vanish without explanation, what else might reality be hiding? Perhaps the answer lies in knowledge itself. Knowledge not meant for us. Our next story takes us into the Library of Midnight. There are places you stumble into once and never leave the same. Crossroads, graveyards, abandoned towns, roads that lead nowhere. But there are places older than roads, older than towns, places that wait patiently for the living to wander into them. The Library of Midnight is one of those places. It does not appear on any map. It cannot be reached by car or train, or even by intention. It appears only when the conditions are right, when midnight falls without stars, when you take a wrong turn on a road that should not exist, when you walk too far in your dreams. Some say it rises where great libraries once burned, fed by the ash of lost books. Some say it is the echo of every story never told. And some say it has always been here, waiting, older than words themselves. The building looks different to every eye. To some it is a cathedral of stone, to others a university's forgotten wing, to others a mansion with too many windows. But always the same signs reveal it. Black doors without handles, lamps that burn with cold flame, and the faint smell of dust and rot carried on still air. Step inside, and you are no longer in the world you left. The Library of Midnight is endless. Corridors stretch into darkness, lined with shelves that bend and tilt as though sagging under centuries of weight. The books are countless, their spines cracked, their bindings warped. Dust lies thick, yet the air carries the scent of iron, copper, something too sharp to be paper. The silence is complete. No scuttling mice, no fluttering moths. Only the faint creak of wood, like the sigh of something breathing. It does not take long to notice the truth. The books are not bound in cloth or leather. They are bound in skin. Some are pale and smooth, others dark and scarred. Some bear tattoos, moles, freckles. A few have faces, eyes stitched shut, mouths frozen in eternal screams. The pages within are written in ink that seeps when touched, leaving fingers stained red-brown. Some pages twitch as though alive. Some whisper, words slithering between the lines and voices you almost recognize. And then you find your name. Everyone who enters does. Sometimes quickly, sometimes after hours of searching, sometimes not until despair sets in. But always inevitably, there is a book with your name on its spine. Thick or thin, pristine or ruined. It is always there waiting. The first pages hold your past. Childhood, youth, the steps that brought you here. Written in detail you never shared, with thoughts you never voiced. Flip further, and you find the present, the words forming as you read them. Each breath you take recorded in black script. Go further still, and you find futures. Not one, but many. Some are simple. Tomorrow's breakfast, next year's love. Some are unbearable. Disease, betrayal, death. Some are impossible. Lives and places you never lived, times you never touched, faces you never wore. All written as if already true. But beware, because once you read a future, it becomes heavier in your bones. Some say reading it makes it real. Others say it was always real, and the reading only reveals the thread. Either way, it is inescapable. The Library of Midnight does not let you leave easily. The doors vanish behind you. The corridors shift when you turn. Hours pass, then days, though your stomach never growls and your throat never dries. Time is not kept here. Time is kept elsewhere, on shelves stacked higher than you can see. You may hear others in the distance, footsteps echoing, whispers carrying. Some voices call for help, some mutter nonsense, some recite passages until their throats tear. If you follow them, you rarely find their source. Sometimes you find only books lying open, pages wet, ink still fresh. Some say the librarians walk here too. Tall figures glimpsed between shelves, faces obscured, hands stained black. They move silently, placing new books on the shelves, removing others, never acknowledging the living. They say if you meet their gaze, you are cataloged immediately. Your name inked into your book's last page, your body hollowed and stretched into a new binding. And sometimes you see the truth of the shelves themselves. They are not wood. Look too closely and you notice pores, veins, hair. The shelves are made of what they hold. The library feeds. It does not simply record, it absorbs. Every word is a life, every binding a body, every whisper a thought, pulled from a skull and pressed flat. The library grows with each visitor, each victim, each reader. It will never stop, because there are always more stories, always more futures, always more flesh. There are those who claim to have escaped. Their tales are inconsistent, fragmentary. Some say they fled by refusing to read their own book, wandering until a door reappeared. Some claim they tore their page out and followed the bleeding path it left. Some say they woke in their beds, drenched in sweat, the taste of ink in their mouths. But most do not escape at all. They become part of the collection. If you walk the shelves long enough, you may find familiar names. Not just yours, but those of family, friends, strangers you once glimpsed. Some bindings are fresh, still warm. Some are centuries old, brittle, cracking. The library has always been here. It always will be. And if you are quiet enough, you can hear it turning pages. Not with hands, but with hunger. They say the library appears only at midnight, because that is when the veil is thinnest. When the world itself forgets what hour it is, when time can slip sideways into places not meant for men. And in those moments, the library yawns open, hungry for more stories, more bindings, more lives to flatten into pages. But the worst secret is this: it does not only appear when you stumble into it. Sometimes it comes to you. There are reports of people finding small shelves in their basements, corridors in their attics that should not exist. A single lamp burning in a closet, illuminating books that were not there before. Some find only a few volumes, then more, until their homes are devoured, walls stretching into stacks that never end. And once the library has a foothold, there is no leaving. Because the library does not forget. It remembers everything. Some horrors aren't bound to a place, but to time itself. Imagine a night that resets again and again, trapping you in a cycle with no escape. This is the night that wouldn't end. There are nights that pass like smoke, fading without memory. And then there are nights that cling, nights that leave their weight pressed into your bones, nights you can't shake even years later. But the worst are the nights that do not end, the ones that trap you, repeating themselves until you are no longer certain if the world beyond them exists at all. The night that wouldn't end is one such story. It begins, as all stories like this do, with a place. A lonely stretch of road cutting through the pines, blacktop cracked and uneven, barely used even in the best of times. The old highway. It once connected towns, but the interstate made it irrelevant, a forgotten relic winding through hills and valleys where no one goes anymore. It should have been left to rot, reclaimed by weeds and silence. But sometimes, when the night is right and the moon low, travelers find themselves on it without meaning to. One wrong turn, one missed exit, and they are there, headlights carving through endless dark. The old highway has no mile markers, no signs, no proof that it exists at all. Yet those who find it always describe the same thing. The way the trees close in overhead, branches knitting so tightly that the stars vanish. The way the asphalt seems to stretch longer than it should, each curve leading only to another. And the way time itself begins to unravel, though they never realize it until it's too late. It starts subtly. A radio station repeating the same song, word for word, as though the DJ has forgotten to change the record. A clock on the dashboard that never moves past midnight, no matter how long you drive. The same deer crossing the road in the same way, hooves striking pavement with identical rhythm. At first, you tell yourself it's coincidence, fatigue, imagination. But as the miles drag on, the pattern becomes undeniable. You are not moving forward. You are circling, spiraling, caught in a loop. Witnesses who escaped, if they can be called lucky, say, the first loop feels almost normal. The second feels strange. By the third, the changes begin. Headlights flicker against shapes in the trees that were not there before. The asphalt glistens wet, though the sky is clear. Shadows stretch across the road, too long, too thin, as though cast by figures you cannot see. And always, the clock reads midnight. It is said the loop tightens the longer you remain. The first cycle lasts an hour, the second half that, the third shorter still. Time collapses inward, folding you closer and closer to the core of whatever holds you. By the seventh loop, minutes stretch like days, and every sound carries the weight of eternity. No one agrees on what waits at the center. Some claim it is the memory of a tragedy, replaying itself until the land itself cannot let go. A bus that crashed one stormy night, killing all aboard. A family stranded on the roadside, never seen again. Others believe it is not memory, but hunger that something lives within the loop, feeding on those who stumble into it, using repetition to soften them before the final strike. The stories of survivors, rare as they are, carry similarities. They speak of figures glimpsed in the rearview mirror, walking along the shoulder of the road, closer with each loop. Their faces are never clear, blurred as though by fogged glass. Some shuffle as though broken, others stride with purpose. But they are always there, just behind, never falling behind no matter how fast you drive. Worse still are those who appear ahead. Shapes standing in the headlights, arms hanging limply, heads cocked as though listening. The first time, you swerve to miss them. The second, they move closer to the center line. By the third, they no longer move at all, and your tires pass through them with no resistance, as if they are smoke. Yet when you check the mirror, they are still there, standing, watching, waiting. The haunting is not limited to the road itself. Some describe hearing voices in the car, murmurs rising from the back seat, though they are alone. Others feel hands pressing against the glass from the outside, leaving streaks that fade before their eyes. One man swore the rear view showed not the road behind him, but a tunnel of endless darkness, something vast and writhing moving within it. And through it all, the loops continue. Midnight, always midnight, as though the night itself has forgotten how to pass. Those who vanish completely, because many do, are said to become part of it. Drivers on rare nights swear they see other cars ahead, taillights glowing dimly, moving at the same pace. But no matter how fast they go, they never catch up. Sometimes the taillights vanish suddenly, swallowed by the dark, as though snuffed out. Sometimes they pull to the shoulder, and if you pass, you see the driver slumped over the wheel, face pale, eyes wide, mouth frozen in a silent scream. Then, the next loop, the car is gone. The few who escaped never explain how. Some say they turned off their headlights and drove blind until the road spat them out. Others claim they forced themselves to stop, to wait on the shoulder, no matter what they saw moving around them, until the loop broke. But most simply say they do not remember. One moment, they were caught in the endless midnight. The next, they were on a different road, dawn breaking, the old highway nowhere to be found. The curse of the night that wouldn't end is not only in its loops, but in what follows after. Survivors are never truly free. They wake to clocks frozen at midnight, hear tires crunching gravel outside their homes when no car is there. They find themselves driving familiar routes, only to realize they have no memory of how they arrived. Some return to the loop without meaning to, drawn back like metal to a magnet, until one day they do not return at all. There is a pattern to those it chooses. Lonely travelers, those driving long hours on empty highways. People running from something: grief, guilt, loss. The loop does not catch the content, the satisfied. It feeds on the restless, the weary, those already circling their own darkness. Perhaps that is why it holds so tightly, because those it takes were already trapped long before they saw the first curve of the old highway. And what of the figures on the roadside? The ones who watch, the ones who walk. Some say they are echoes of past victims, hollowed out by endless repetition, now part of the trap itself. Others believe they are something older, lures set by whatever waits at the heart of the loop. Perhaps both are true. Perhaps the longer you walk the endless night, the less of yourself remains, until you are only a shadow, waiting for the next traveler to join you. The night that wouldn't end is not a place you can find on purpose. It is not marked on any map, nor charted by compass. It finds you. One wrong turn, one missed exit, one moment of distraction, and suddenly you are there, headlights cutting through a tunnel of black trees, clock frozen at midnight. By the time you realize, it is too late. The loop has already closed around you. And when it does, you will drive and drive and drive, watching the same deer cross the same road, hearing the same song on the same broken radio, feeling the same eyes on you from the trees. You will try to escape, but the road will only fold back on itself, leading you deeper into its hunger, until you, too, are only a shadow on the roadside, and someone else will come one night when the moon is low and the world has forgotten them, and they will see you in their headlights, and the night will never end. Not all nightmares are purely supernatural. Some are born from crime, from violence, from the human darkness we try not to see. But sometimes, even those stories bleed into the paranormal. Let's enter the house where they vanished. There are houses that never truly empty. You can board them shut, strip the wallpaper, smash the windows, but something clings to their walls, something that refuses to leave. The house where they vanished is one of those places. It begins, like many stories that straddle the line between crime and curse, with disappearances. The records go back nearly a century. In 1928, a traveling salesman named Daniel Meeks was last seen leaving town with samples in his case, heading west along the county road. His car was found a week later, parked crookily at the edge of a property just outside the town line. The driver's door hung open, keys still in the ignition. The man himself was never found. In 1947, two teenagers slipped away from a harvest dance, telling friends they were going someplace private. Their shoes were discovered in the same ditch, beside the same sagging fence. Decades later, their bodies never surfaced. In 1962, a mail carrier failed to complete his route. His satchel was discovered split open in the dirt, letters scattered, many soaked by the rain. They lay at the base of the same property. Each case had different investigators, different circumstances, but the same landmark, the old house on Grindle Road. A farmhouse, 2 stories. White paint long since flaked away, porch collapsed in on itself, windows dark and gaping like sockets. It was abandoned even in the 1920s, condemned as unsafe. Yet over the years, vehicles, shoes, bags, coats, and even bloodstains all pointed back to it. The sheriff's department treated the cases as crimes, because what else could they do? Missing persons, possible homicides, open investigations. But the files tell a stranger story. No bodies were ever recovered. No signs of struggle ever found within the house itself. Dogs brought to the site refused to cross the threshold, bristling and whining until dragged away. Theories circulated. A drifter, a killer who used the house as cover, a cult hiding in the rafters. None stuck, because there was never evidence of another person. Only the house, watching from the hill. And as the decades stretched on, the vanishings never stopped. College students dared each other to enter in the 70s. A few returned pale and shaken, speaking of staircases that seemed longer on the way down than up, of hallways bending in angles no carpenter had built. Others never returned at all. Their friends whispered but told no police, afraid of blame, until the missing posters went up anyway. In the 80s, an out-of-town trucker broke down nearby. His rig was later found stripped of cargo, trailer door flung wide. His logbook ended mid-sentence, the last line scratched as though the pen had been yanked from his hand. The final word, house. By the 90s, the property was infamous. Urban legends called it a murder den, a hideout, a black hole in the earth. Paranormal investigators set up cameras, equipment, reels of tape. None stayed the night. Their recordings showed only static, their clocks resetting to midnight, their batteries drained as if by thirst. One group left in a panic, abandoning thousands of dollars of gear. When they returned with police the next day, the house was empty, the equipment gone, as though it had sunk into the floor. The most chilling evidence comes from the files themselves, yellowed pages stacked deep in county archives. Each disappearance noted with the same finality. Last known location, Grindle Roadhouse. Year after year, the names change, but the words do not. The longest gap is 5 years, the shortest, 3 weeks. The house does not sleep for long. Locals say the house is not haunted in the way others are. No woman in white floats through the windows. No chains rattle in the dark. It does not creak or groan or wail. It simply waits, patient as stone, drawing the unwary across its threshold. Some say the vanishings are sacrifices, though no one claims to know to what. Others believe the house itself is alive, its rooms digestive, its walls pulsing in hunger, swallowing those who enter whole. The strangest accounts come from the few who claim to have stepped inside and left again. Their words are fragmented, as though memory itself resists being put to page. They describe air too thick to breathe, dust that moves against the wind, staircases that end in walls, doors that open onto identical rooms again and again. Time moves wrong inside. Watches spin forward hours and minutes, while the moon outside never shifts. One man claimed he found his own footprints layered over themselves in the dust, circling endlessly, though he had only just arrived. Most chilling of all are the reports of hearing voices. Not ghostly wails or spectral moans, but ordinary voices, familiar voices, friends, family, the missing themselves, calling from upstairs, from the cellar, from just beyond the next door. Those who follow the voices are never seen again. By the 2000s, the property was fenced, boarded, declared a biohazard. The county tried to erase it, bulldozing the structure, filling the basement with concrete. But the house did not vanish. The ruins remained, jagged and skeletal, and still the disappearances continued. A surveyor, a trespassing photographer, a pair of hunters looking for shelter from the rain. Their trail ended at the ruins and nowhere else. Now the legend has grown teeth. Travelers passing through the county avoid the road entirely, detouring miles just to keep their wheels from touching its gravel. Locals cross themselves when speaking of it, as if the house can hear its own name. And the files still grow, each new missing person report echoing the old. What is the truth? Some cling to the belief that a killer still hides there, a bloodline of violence stretching across generations, taking advantage of the myth to mask their crimes. But the timelines don't match. The vanishings began before the sheriff, who first investigated, was even born. They continued after the house was supposedly destroyed. Too many years, too many bodies, too much silence. And so the whispers grow darker. That the house is not merely cursed, but a wound in the world, a doorway into something else. That each person who steps inside is not murdered but consumed, drawn into a place from which nothing escapes. That the reason no bodies are found is because they are no longer in our world at all. If you drive Grindle Road at night, you may see it still. The outline of the house rising from the hill, though no beams stand, no roof remains. Headlights catch its windows glowing faintly, as though something watches from within. The air grows colder, the radio turns to static, your clock falters near midnight. If you stop, if you step out, if you follow the pull of that hill, you may walk into the house where they vanished. You may breathe the stale, thick air, hear the familiar voices calling from upstairs. You may find your footprints already in the dust, circling, as though you have been there before. And when you do, you will understand why no one returns. Because the house is hungry, because the house remembers, and because you were always meant to be among the vanished. And finally, There are things beneath our world, things older than language, older than the stars we see in the sky. Some truths are not meant to be uncovered. This is the black vortex beneath the mire. There are places in the world where land resists maps, where boundaries blur, where compasses falter, where men who think they know the soil find themselves strangers beneath the same sky. These places are few, but they exist, and they are always avoided for long, because when the land itself feels wrong, men understand, without needing to speak, that it is not theirs to walk upon. The mire was one such place. It lay at the edge of old swamplands in the south, a stretch of stagnant water and peat too deep for farming and too shifting for roads. For centuries it was passed by, left to itself, a blot of silence on the landscape. Those who lived near its borders knew better than to trespass. Their fathers had warned them, and their fathers before them, though the warnings grew vague with time. It was simply said, the mire was not for men. And yet, stories clung to it. Hunters spoke of deer that vanished at its edge, of hounds that fled yelping into the dark, never to return. Fishermen whispered of black water that sucked nets and oars down with more force than any current should hold. Children dared one another to approach its reeds, only to swear they heard whispers arising with the mist. And sometimes after storms, strange objects surfaced in the shallows, bones too large for any beast of the swamps, stones carved with symbols no eye could recognize, lengths of iron warped as though melted and cooled by no fire of this earth. At the heart of the mire was a sinkhole, a yawning mouth of water, perfectly circular, its surface so still it seemed made of glass. It was not marked on maps. Pilots flying overhead claimed it shifted position between flights. The hole was called many names, the black vortex, the drowned mouth, the still eye, but always with a shiver, always with the knowledge that naming it at all was dangerous. Those who lingered near it long enough felt time grow strange. Watches slowed or raced. Shadows bent in the wrong direction. Men grew old in days, or else found themselves unchanged after decades. There were stories of a farmer who entered as a young man and was found centuries later, bones fused with peat, eyes still wet in sockets. A soldier who stumbled into the mire during maneuvers and returned 3 days later, pale and silent, though he had been buried in another state 10 years prior. The vortex was not water, not truly. Those who gazed into it swore it did not reflect the sky, but another sky, starless and deep, vast and endless. They said it showed motion below, shapes too large, too slow, coiling and uncurling in silence. Some believed it was bottomless. Others swore it led not downward, but outward, into somewhere else entirely. The land around it twisted. Trees grew wrong near the vortex, branches sprouting from branches, roots tangled into knots that pulsed faintly at night. Reeds stood stiff, even in high wind. Frogs croaked in rhythms that suggested language, though no man could decipher it. And sometimes, pale lights drifted across the water, not fireflies, not will-o'-wisps, but something older, hungrier. Those lights sank into the vortex like offerings, never to rise again. Animals that drank from its edges changed. Dogs returned with too many teeth. Birds shed feathers of glass instead of down. Once, a bull was led to the vortex and emerged days later in a neighboring field. Its flesh melted and reformed, 4 horns jutting from its skull, eyes glowing faintly as though lit from within. The farmer who owned it tried to slaughter the thing, but no blade cut it. Weeks later, both man and beast vanished together. There were human victims too. Some wandered too close and were never seen again. Others returned, but were not whole. They spoke in voices not their own, languages no one recognized. Their eyes reflected no light. Some rotted alive, their bodies refusing to die, flesh sloughing from bone while hearts still beat. Some grew silent and stiff, until they were indistinguishable from the scarecrows their families propped in fields. And some simply stared, night after night, at the horizon, waiting for something only they could see. What lay beneath the mire was not sleeping. The black vortex was not a void, but an eye, and it watched. It watched across centuries, across ages, waiting for the right moment to open wider. The land itself was only its eyelid, the reeds its lashes, the swamps its tears. And when storms shook the earth, when thunder rolled, the eye trembled too, a ripple across its surface like the flicker of a waking glance. Some cults knew this. They came in secret, bearing offerings of blood and bone. They believed the vortex was a gateway, a mouth that fed on flesh but returned knowledge. They carved symbols into their skin, chanting beneath the stars, throwing their dead into the black. Sometimes the corpses returned, bloated and smiling, whispering secrets of places no human had ever walked. Sometimes they did not return at all. Either way, the cultists were satisfied. But the vortex did not serve them. It only used them. Because what lay beneath was older than gods, older than oceans, older than the earth itself. It was something vast, incomprehensible, something that shifted in dimensions no man could name. A coil, a root, a vein of the cosmos itself, pressed against our world until the thin places broke. The mire was one such place, where the skin of reality thinned enough for the thing beneath to bleed through. Those who felt its call could never escape. There are diaries found in cabins drowned by the swamp, written in shaking hands. They tell of nights without dawn, of moons that filled the sky too large, of stars that bent into spirals. They tell of hearing whispers in the reeds, whispers that grew louder when ink touched paper, until words were no longer their own, but dictated by something else. They tell of dreams where the dreamer fell forever, spinning, pulled into a spiral of black water that opened wider and wider until the whole universe drowned in it. And then the diaries stop, always mid-sentence, always as if the writer was taken mid-word. Even now, the vortex waits. Satellites have photographed it. Though images degrade, pixels smear into spirals, data corrupts into static. Scientists who study it lose weeks, months, years, unable to recall what they've written. Machines break near it. Compasses spin endlessly. Radios catch signals in languages that predate mankind. The vortex does not belong to this world. It is a hole in the skin of the universe, a wound that will not heal, and wounds fester. Wounds spread. Someday, it will not be contained. Someday, the eyelid will lift fully. And when it does, the eye beneath will not only see but open, and what stirs behind it will climb through. The land will sink, the sky will drown, and all that is alive will be pulled into that spiral, stripped of shape, remade into something that can endure what waits beyond stars. Until then, the vortex waits patient as stone, deep as eternity. And if you stand too close, if you stare too long into its surface, you may find it staring back. You may feel your reflection tilt, your shadow stretch, your heartbeat echo, not in your chest, but in the waters below. And you may realize too late that it has already chosen you, because once the vortex sees you, you are already falling, and no one climbs back from the black beneath the mire. You've just heard 5 terrifying stories of cosmic horror that remind us how fragile our grip on reality truly is. If you enjoyed tonight's descent into darkness, don't forget to like the video, share it with a friend, and subscribe for more horror every week. Until next time, remember, the unknown is always closer than you think. Some stories refuse to stay buried. From haunted houses in quiet American towns, to medieval legends whispered across English fields, to entire cities gripped by panic under the Indian night sky, these are the tales that survive across centuries and continents. They linger in walls, in the soil, in the memory of those who live them. Tonight, we'll step into 3 such legends. Real stories, real places, and a terror that still reaches out to us from the dark. In the quiet town of Atchison, Kansas, there is a house that looks like nothing at all. A two-story frame house, pale and peeling, its porch sagging a little with age, its windows like blank eyes staring into the street. Children ride their bikes past it, dogs bark at its fence, and unless you know the story, you might never give it more than a glance. It could be anyone's grandmother's house, but this house is different. This house is a wound. They call it the Sallie House, and for decades, it has been the center of one of the most disturbing hauntings in America. The story told to tourists and curious investigators is simple enough. A little girl named Sallie died here, her spirit too restless or too innocent to move on. People say she still lingers in the upstairs nursery, playing tricks, looking for comfort, calling out to those who will listen. A lonely child's ghost, nothing more. But anyone who has set foot inside will tell you the truth is not so simple. The haunting did not begin as whispers or games. It began with violence. A young couple rented the house in the early 1990s, hoping for a fresh start. The house was small but affordable, the kind of place young parents might hope to raise children in. The wife noticed little things at first, lights flickering, objects moving from one shelf to another, the family dog growling at empty corners. She felt watched, but never harmed. Her husband, however, was not so lucky. He woke one night gasping in pain, 3 long scratches burning across his chest as though gouged by claws. Another time, while climbing the stairs, something shoved him from behind so hard he nearly fell. He described cold winds whipping past him indoors, and the smell of smoke filling rooms, though nothing burned. He grew pale, exhausted, frayed by nights of torment. His wife, strangely, remained untouched. It was as though whatever lived in the house had chosen its prey. The pattern repeated itself with chilling precision. The entity lashed out almost exclusively at men. Husbands, brothers, investigators. Those who entered the nursery often left with marks, scratches on their arms, welts across their backs, burns like handprints pressed into their skin. Women reported unease, dread, whispers in the dark, but seldom physical harm. The ghost, if that was what it was, seemed to target only men. And yet, the house was not content with scratches. Tenants began to notice fires that started without reason. A candle left cold would suddenly burn down to wax. An outlet sparked, though nothing was plugged in. Curtains smoldered, as though a flame had passed too close. On more than one occasion, small fires flared in empty rooms, only to vanish before causing serious damage. Fire marshals blamed faulty wiring, but inspections found nothing. The fires seemed to appear where fear was highest, like bait dangled before those already unnerved. The nursery itself was the heart of the house. Small, with faded wallpaper and a single narrow window, it carried the thick stillness of a room too long sealed. Visitors described sudden temperature drops there, their breath visible even in the heat of summer. Toys placed on shelves were found on the floor, rolled into corners, or stacked in strange patterns. Recorders placed in the room often captured giggles, sighs, or sobs that no one present had made. But sometimes those sounds bent into something else, too deep, too guttural, a voice that did not belong to a child at all. Investigators came, drawn by the fame. The house gathered as word spread. Psychics declared the presence of a little girl, lonely and confused. But others whispered darker things. That Sallie was no child, but a mask. That the entity had learned to wear the shape of innocence, the way a hunter wears the skin of prey to lure others closer. One group of ghost hunters reported hearing a girl's voice call from upstairs. They followed, flashlights shaking in their hands. In the nursery, they found a shadow crouched in the corner, too small to be an adult, too still to be a child. When they turned their lights upon it, it vanished. One of the men stumbled back screaming, a fresh burn across his forearm in the shape of small fingers. Others saw shapes taller, wider, wrong. Dark figures that seemed to lean from the walls themselves, stretching like stains that moved when no one else did. And always, afterward, came the same marks, the scratches, the bruises, the burns. The haunting did not end when people left the house. Several investigators described dreams that plagued them long after. Dreams of children with hollow eyes standing at their bedsides. Dreams of laughter that grew shrill and broke into screams. Dreams of a shadow that sat at the foot of the bed, watching silently, the shape of a girl but heavier, denser, too solid. Some woke with marks on their skin that mirrored what men had suffered in the house. Scratches, bruises, burns. Others reported hearing Sallie's voice days or weeks later, soft and playful, whispering their names in the dark. One man, a seasoned paranormal researcher, confessed that he felt something attached to him in the nursery, something that followed him home. His electronics malfunctioned, lights in his house flickered. Objects moved when no one was near. He spoke of hearing breathing in empty rooms, of feeling small hands press against his chest while he slept. His testimony ended abruptly. He refused to speak further, refused to set foot in the house again. He said only that whatever Sallie was, she was no ghost. And that is the question that hangs over the Sallie House to this day. Ghosts are echoes, memories trapped in place, repeating fragments of the past. They may frighten, they may startle, but they do not adapt, they do not hunt, they do not burn and bite and choose. Sallie does all of these things. She reacts. She grows stronger with attention. She seems to feed on the fear and the fascination, the way a parasite feeds on its host. That is why so many investigators believe Sallie is not a child spirit at all, but something older, something hungrier. Some locals whisper that long before the house was built, the land was used for rituals better left unnamed. Others claim the house's first owner dabbled in practices that left the door open for whatever waits inside. Still others say Sallie was real, a child who died in pain, but that her memory was swallowed by something darker that found her image useful. Whatever the truth, the house remains. It is maintained now as a tourist attraction, a test of courage for those who wish to prove they do not fear the dark. Guides lead visitors through its rooms, pointing out hotspots, replaying recordings of laughter, showing photographs of scratches that appeared on bare skin in seconds. But no photograph, no recording, no story truly conveys the weight of the air in that place, the way silence presses down in the nursery, the way the stairwell seems to lean inward when you climb it alone, the way the shadows gather too thick in corners as if waiting for you to look away. If you ever step inside, remember this: Sallie is not a child. Children do not set fires. Children do not carve marks into men's flesh with invisible claws. Children do not follow visitors home to whisper their names at night. The Sallie House wears a mask, and it is a mask it has worn long enough to fool many. But behind it is something older, something that has learned to wait patiently, to lure the curious, to strike when it is fed. And once you acknowledge it, once you let it touch you, it remembers. You may leave the house. You may leave Atchison. You may even convince yourself you are only scared of creaking wood and bad wiring. But when the lights flicker in your bedroom, when you feel a burn on your chest, when you wake to laughter that does not belong to anyone in your home, you will remember. Because Sallie does not stay behind. She only waits for you to invite her in again. The haunting of a single home can torment a family, but sometimes a story stretches further back through centuries, into the strange folds of history itself. Long before America's restless ghosts, England recorded a legend that still defies explanation. In the 12th century, when England was still marked by the scars of conquest and the slow settling of Norman law upon Saxon soil, there lay in Suffolk a village called Woolpit. It was a modest place, no greater than a scatter of cottages pressed close around a church, its wooden spire leaning against the sky. The land was good, broad fields of barley and beans, hedgerows humming with bees, orchards heavy with fruit. And beyond the plowland, woods and thickets still whispered with the fear of wolves, for the beasts, though rarer than in former years, had not yet been driven out of England. The name Woolpit itself came from the deep chalk hollows dug at the village's edge, traps once used for catching the wolves that prowled the night. They were pits wide and steep, dangerous for man and beast alike, where grass grew sparse and the earth lay pale and exposed. The villagers avoided them unless work demanded, for they had a reputation, even then, of being places where missteps ended lives. It was on the edge of one of these pits, one autumn day when the reapers were gathering the last of the barley, that the strange event began. The workers bent to their sickles, binding sheaves, when a murmur passed along the line. Something stirred in the pit. At first they thought it an animal, a calf fallen in, or a wolf at bay. But as they drew closer, two small figures were seen, standing weakly in the shadows. They were children, a boy and a girl, their hands clasped tightly together. Their clothes were coarse, of a weave no one in Woolpit knew. Their hair was dark and fine, and their skin was green. The reapers halted, sickles held at mid-cut, the stalks shivering in the half-wind. Some crossed themselves at once, muttering prayers. Others whispered that the devil had sent his imps. The children shrank back, eyes wide, speaking in a tongue none understood, quick and rustling like reeds in water. The sound unsettled the men more than their color did, for it was not Latin, nor French, nor the Saxon speech of the countryside. It was utterly foreign, carrying no anchor to the world the villagers knew. The reapers argued. Some wished to flee, others to stone the children where they stood. But curiosity and the need for certainty drove them nearer. The children trembled, but did not run. They had no strength to. Their cheeks were hollow, their limbs thin. When the men reached out, they clung tighter to one another, but allowed themselves to be led from the pit. Thus they were brought into Woolpit. In the daylight of the village green, their strangeness showed more plainly. The green hue of their skin was not stain or paint, but as if the flesh itself bore the color of leaves. Their eyes seemed wide, too dark at the center. The garments they wore were rough, yet finely woven, with a pattern unfamiliar even to women who had carded and spun all their lives. The villagers crowded about, staring. Some spat to ward off evil. Some muttered that such beings could not be baptized and must be thrown back where they came from. But the priest, hearing the commotion, came forth and forbade cruelty. Whatever they were, he said, they bore the shape of God's creatures and were to be treated as such. Food was brought. Bread, cheese, meat left from the morning's meal. The children refused all, turning their faces away. They cried when pressed, their speech fast and pleading, yet still beyond comprehension. For days they would not eat, and some feared they would die. At last, when raw beans were offered, fresh from their pods, they reached eagerly, tearing the pods open with shaking fingers, devouring the beans within. Only then did they eat. From that day forward, beans were their sustenance, though cooked food they would sometimes manage in time. The villagers marveled, whispered, crossed themselves. For though hunger had bent the children low, their green hue did not fade. They lived among the people, strange yet pitied, but pity could not save them both. The boy was weaker from the first. His frame grew thinner, his eyes dimmer. He ate, but his body did not thrive. Some said he pined for the land he had lost. Others said he had been marked from the moment they found him, his soul too tied to the twilight place from which he came. Within weeks, he sickened beyond help. He lay in the cottage where they had been housed, eyes closed, breath shallow, his sister clinging to his hand. She whispered in their strange tongue to him, rocking back and forth, but no villager understood her words. On a still morning, with the church bell tolling for matins, he died. The priest blessed him, though none knew if the rite reached his soul. He was buried in the churchyard, near the south wall, where grass grew thick. The earth accepted him as it did all others. Yet villagers whispered that no weed took root upon his grave, the soil staying bare, as though it refused to cover him fully. The girl alone remained. She grieved, yet she lived, and as seasons passed, the green hue of her skin faded. Slowly her flesh grew pale, her cheeks filled, her eyes lost some of their strangeness. In time she began to learn the tongue of the villagers, halting at first, then more fluent. When she could at last speak enough, the priest and elders questioned her, and what she told left them in awe and unease. She said she and her brother came from a land beneath no sun. There, she said, the light was always dim, as if perpetual dusk fell upon the fields. All things were green, the sky, the light, the very air. It was not darkness nor night, but a twilight that never shifted, never grew, never lessened. The people there lived as the villagers did, tending flocks, sowing fields, speaking in their own tongue. But on the far side of a great river, she told, they sometimes glimpsed another land, shining with a brightness that dazzled their eyes. They longed to cross, but no bridge lay across the waters. One day, she and her brother, following their flock, had found a cavern. Drawn by the sound of bells, they entered, walking for what seemed hours in the dark. At last a light came upon them, so sudden and fierce they fell faint. And when they woke, they were in the pit at Woolpit, the bells still ringing in their ears. The villagers asked her what land this was, who ruled it, how far it lay. She shook her head. She could not say. It was simply home, and now it was lost. She was baptized, given a name, taught the prayers. She lived among the people of Woolpit, yet never wholly became one of them. She worked, she laughed at times. She learned their ways, but always her eyes were distant. She listened at night for sounds no one else could hear. At times she grew restless, walking to the edge of the fields, staring westward as if waiting. Some said she grew into a woman of strange temper, quick and unsettled, as if the twilight world still clung to her spirit. Others said she learned to live as any Christian, taking comfort in the church and its rites. The stories differ, as stories do, but all agree that she remained marked, never quite shedding the otherness that came with her from the pit. Travelers carried the story far. To monks in cloisters, to lords in their halls, the tale of the Green Children was told. Chroniclers set it to parchment. Some declared it a miracle, a sign of God's mysteries. Others called it a deception of the devil. A few wondered if there were lands still hidden upon the earth, worlds beneath our feet, waiting to touch ours by chance. And still, the villagers swore the truth of it. They had seen the children with their own eyes. They had heard their speech, buried the boy, baptized the girl. They had watched her grow, half of their world and half of another. Even centuries later, Woolpit remembers. The pits have long since softened, their edges grown with grass and hedgerow. Wolves no longer prowl Suffolk, and the village itself has changed. But on certain evenings, when the dusk lies green over the fields, the air grows strange near the old hollows. Sheep balk, refusing to step close. Children claim to hear voices, quick and rustling, carried on the wind. Some say a faint glow rises from the ground, as though the twilight of another world seeps upward still. The girl died and was buried near her brother. Yet villagers whispered that on quiet nights, a sound of bells can still be heard near the churchyard, soft and far, calling from beneath the earth. And in dreams, some see her face, pale now, yet with eyes that look past the dreamer into distances unseen. The Green Children of Woolpit remain in legend. Perhaps they were only lost wanderers, their strangeness born of hunger and fear. Perhaps they were fairy children, caught between worlds. Or perhaps, as some whisper still, They were emissaries sent from a dim-lit place of different physics, who stumbled too far and could never return. Whatever the truth, the villagers knew this. They had come, they had been seen, and they had not been wholly of this earth. The boy sleeps in strange soil. The girl lived and died among men, but neither was forgotten. For the earth hides hollows deeper than any pit, and sometimes those hollows open, and what dwells within steps, blinking into the day. And though the pits of Woolpit are filled, though the village grows and the fields spread wide, the story lingers. For once, long ago, 2 children climbed out of the earth itself, green as leaves, speaking in whispers no man understood, and left behind a silence that no years can cover. From the twilight edges of medieval folklore, we move to a modern city where myth returned in the flesh. A legend not buried in old manuscripts, but alive in newsprint and eyewitness cries. In Delhi, 2001, terror wore the face of something neither human nor beast. In the summer of 2001, Delhi was restless. The air lay heavy with dust and heat, pressing against the skin like damp cloth. Even at night, the city did not breathe. Dogs barked at empty alleys, the hum of generators rose and fell with the blackouts, and every shadow seemed alive with its own unease. It was the season when tempers frayed and sleep came hard, when people crowded onto rooftops to escape the suffocating rooms below, lying awake under the haze of stars. It was in that season, when the city was stretched thin and tired, that something began to move through the night. The first reports came quietly. A woman whispered to her neighbor that she had seen a shape dart across the terrace at midnight, small, quick, not quite a monkey, not quite a man. A boy swore he had glimpsed eyes glowing red at the edge of a rooftop. No one believed them. Delhi was a city of millions, of rumors and noise, of accidents and half-truths. But then came the scratches. A rickshaw driver stumbled into a police station, his arm bleeding from long rakes across the skin. He swore a creature had leapt at him from above, clawing before vanishing into the alleys. A shopkeeper collapsed on his doorstep with wounds on his legs, crying that something had chased him from rooftop to rooftop. And then, most chilling of all, a man was carried to the morgue after leaping from his own terrace, fleeing from an attacker that no one else had seen. The city leaned in to listen. The newspapers were the first to give it a name. Sketches appeared in print. A squat figure, black-furred, with a metal helmet gleaming on its head and claws on its hands. Headlines shouted of the Kala Bandar Delhi's Black Monkey Man. Rumors spread faster than the heat. In tea shops, in crowded buses, in the queues at ration shops, people whispered, "It has claws. It leaps from roof to roof. Its eyes are fire." The police tried to laugh it off. They blamed pranksters in masks, thieves stirring panic, men dressing in furs to scare the gullible. But the reports did not stop. In a single week, dozens of people came forward, their arms and legs marked with scratches too deep to ignore. Doctors at clinics treated wounds they could not explain. Some looked like the work of nails, others like burns, others like teeth. No two were alike, and yet all bore the same story: a monkey man in the night. The city began to change. Men formed night patrols, arming themselves with sticks, iron rods, whatever they could find. They gathered on rooftops, shouting across alleys, scanning the smog for movement. Loudspeakers mounted on vans rolled through neighborhoods, warning people to stay indoors after dark. Children were kept inside, windows barred, doors bolted. The city that never slept now listened, fearful, for the scrape of claws on plaster. And still the stories multiplied. In Shastri Park, a woman cried out that the monkey man had grabbed her shawl and dragged her down. In Ghaziabad, a man woke to find long scratches across his back, though his door had been locked. In Jamia Nagar, men swore they saw a figure leap across 5 rooftops in a single bound, vanishing into the haze. Descriptions varied, yet they circled the same harm. Some said it was only 3 feet tall, its body covered in black hair. Others swore it wore a silver helmet, its claws metallic, its feet reversed. A few claimed it carried no scent, as though it was not made of flesh at all. But all agreed on one detail. Its eyes glowed red in the dark. The fear was more than fear. It was infection. Each night brought new sightings. Each day brought louder rumors. A neighbor's fall became the monkey man's work. A scrape in the alley became claws. A barking dog became a warning. In crowded neighborhoods, panic spread faster than reason. Men ran at shadows, beating them with sticks, only to find nothing. Women fainted at the sight of monkeys that had always lived on Delhi's edges. Crowds surged and scattered at the cry of Kala Bandar. The city was gripped not only by what was real, but by what could not be proven false. And yet there were the scratches, there were the bodies. Doctors bandaged wounds too deep for fingernails, too jagged for accidents. Families wept over coffins of those who had fallen in their flight. Something had been seen, touched, felt, and whether it was hysteria or a predator, it stalked Delhi with perfect silence. The police increased patrols. Men on motorbikes sped through alleys, sirens piercing the night. Armed constables were stationed on rooftops. Sketches were circulated, rewards offered for pranksters who might be hiding in disguise. A few were caught, men wearing masks, trying to sow fear. But even after they were arrested, the attacks continued. Some in the government dismissed it outright. They called it a fever of the mind, mass panic with no substance. But others muttered quietly that there was something moving out there. They saw the wounds, heard the terrified testimonies. They saw the fear in neighborhoods too poor to profit from lies. And always, the monkey man slipped away. Seen in one district at midnight, another before dawn. Scratching in Ghaziabad, leaping in Shastri Park, then vanishing into Jamia Nagar. No vehicle could move so fast, no man could leap so high, no animal could burn with such eyes. The folklore rose from the soil, almost at once. India is old, and Delhi older still. People spoke of Rakshasas, demons of the dark, who walked half in this world and half in another. They spoke of Vanaras, monkey-faced beings of legend, allies and enemies of gods, reborn in strange forms. They said the city had grown too loud, too sinful, too hot with anger, and the monkey man had come as punishment. Others said it was no myth reborn, but something new, born of the city itself. A spirit of smog and steel, a thing with no name that found shape in millions of whispers. A liminal predator, neither animal nor man, slipping through cracks in the order of things. And in the hot nights, as the city lay awake, it was easy to believe. For rooftops echoed with phantom steps. Dogs barked in unison at shadows no one else could see, and the very air seemed to shiver with unseen movement. The monkey man was everywhere. The monkey man was nowhere. And Delhi trembled. The summer dragged on, and the panic only deepened. In Shadara, men swore that the creature had leapt into their courtyard, scratched 2 brothers, and vanished without a sound. In Trinagar, a family claimed they woke to hear footsteps circling their roof, heavy and quick, but when they rushed up the stairs, nothing was there. In one neighborhood, a crowd gathered, certain that the monkey man was hiding in a shed. They broke the door down, beating at shadows with sticks, only to find an empty space and the sound of rats scattering. Every district had its own story. Every night brought new cries. People stopped asking if the Kala Bandar was real, and began asking when he would come to their street. Doctors grew uneasy. The injuries they treated could not all be faked. Long scratches, deep bruises, ragged cuts. One young man bore burns across his arms, as though something hot had pressed against his skin. Another swore that the monkey man had bitten him, though the marks were like no human or animal bite. Skeptics dismissed these wounds as accidents, but the fear in the victim's eyes told another story. Police reports filled with contradictions. Some witnesses claimed the Monkey Man was barely 3 feet tall. Others insisted he was taller than a man. Some swore his hands were metal claws, others that he was covered in matted fur. But in every account, one detail repeated: the eyes glowing red in the night as though lit from within. A patrol log recorded one constable swearing he had seen the eyes on a rooftop. By the time he raised his rifle, they were gone. Another officer claimed to have chased a shadow down an alley, only to find himself staring at a blank wall, too high and smooth for anything to climb. Even among the police, unease spread. The newspapers fanned the fire. Each day brought new headlines, each headline new sketches. Some showed a furry beast crouching with claws raised. Others showed a figure in a helmet, mechanical, half machine. The stories contradicted one another, yet all seemed possible. The more the papers printed, the more the panic grew. In the evenings, crowds gathered at tea stalls, voices low, arguing over what the Monkey Man really was. A demon, a prankster, a spirit born from the heat. Some said he had always been in Delhi, hidden in its ruins, only now choosing to show himself. Others whispered that he was sent from outside, some foreign creature loosed into the city. Whatever the explanation, the fear was real. Hysteria itself began to kill. One woman, convinced the Monkey Man was clawing at her door, leapt from the window in panic. She did not survive the fall. A man on a crowded terrace shouted that he had seen glowing eyes in the smoke. The crowd surged, scattering in terror, and several were trampled in the chaos. Delhi was eating its own fear. The police pleaded for calm. Officials gave statements that there was nothing to fear, that the Kala Bandar was rumor and panic. But the people no longer listened. They knew what they had seen, what they had heard, what their neighbors had carried home in blood. And every night, the city's dogs barked at nothing. Folklore rose like smoke around the panic. Priests spoke of rakshasas, demons that took forms to torment men. Old grandmothers muttered of spirits that lingered at thresholds, neither human nor beast, feeding on fear. Stories of the Vanara, monkey-faced warriors of the Ramayana, were retold with darker edges. The Kala Bandar was no mere animal. People said, he was punishment, he was a curse, he was a predator from between worlds. And in truth, Delhi in that summer was ready for such a tale. The air was thick with exhaustion. The city was swollen with millions, its alleys narrow, its power failing, its nights long and restless. Fear needed only a spark. The Monkey Man gave it fire. By June, the panic began to ebb. The patrols grew fewer. The headlines grew quieter. Arrests of pranksters were held up as proof the danger was gone. The police declared the matter closed. The officials spoke of hysteria, of mass delusion, of nothing to be feared. But the people remembered. The scratched bore their scars. The families of the dead did not forget, and those who had seen the eyes, 2 points of red fire burning above them in the smog, never slept easily again. The Monkey Man vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. No body was ever found. No mask explained all the wounds. No prankster confessed to leaping across rooftops miles apart in a single night. The city moved on, but not completely. Even now, years later, the stories linger. Ask an old shopkeeper in East Delhi, and he will tell you of nights when the whole street sat awake, sticks in hand, listening for claws. Ask a mother in Jamia Nagar, and she will recall how children woke screaming, swearing that something was watching them from the window. Ask the police who patrolled those nights, and some will still go silent, refusing to speak of what they saw. The Kala Bandar became a legend, a story told with nervous laughter, a headline from the past. But on hot nights, when the power fails and the city sweats in darkness, whispers rise again. Dogs bark in unison, staring upward into the haze. The Monkey Man may have been hysteria, or he may have been something more. A predator that slips in for a season, feeds, and vanishes again. If so, he waits still. And when Delhi grows restless, when the nights turn too hot and the alleys too crowded, his claws will scrape plaster, his eyes will glow in the dark, and the city will remember again what it is to be hunted in its sleep. 3 stories, 3 continents. And yet, they share the same rhythm. The unknown pressing against our world, leaving marks that no explanation can fully erase. The haunted house in Kansas still stands. The fields of Woolpit still echo with the legend of the Green Children. And Delhi still remembers the Monkey Man. Which story unsettled you the most? Let me know in the comments. And remember, sometimes the scariest legends aren't just legends at all. Tonight, I'll tell you a story, but not just one. This is the beginning of a legend, whispered in back alleys, written in case files that were never meant to be opened, carried by those who still worship him in shadows. They call him the Butcher. Not merely a killer, not merely a man. His story twists through blood, through fire, and into something much darker. If you think you know where this tale will end, you don't. It begins, as all stories of monsters do, with death. There are murderers whose names are written in police files, whose crimes are remembered in documentaries, whose victims are mourned in vigils. And then there are those who go further, killers whose cruelty is so profound, so devoid of humanity, that their names are never spoken aloud. Their legacy is silence, their reward something far darker than prison or the grave. The Devil's Butcher was one of those men. In life, he was nameless in the way that only drifters are nameless. No records, no family, no anchor. He drifted from town to town, carrying little more than a sack of tools, a knife wrapped in cloth, and eyes that burned too brightly in the dark. He left no friends behind, only questions and trails of ruin that never quite made sense until it was too late. His killings were not clean, nor quick. He did not crave money or revenge. He craved the act itself. He carved the bodies of his victims into grotesque parodies of life, stretching their flesh as though trying to create something new from their ruin. Locals whispered that he believed he was shaping art, that his murders were attempts at building something divine from bone and blood. But divinity was not what he found. When the law caught him, it was not through cunning but accident. A single traffic stop, a routine inspection. In the trunk, they found what remained of his most recent victim. A body flayed open, ribs pried apart like the wings of a grotesque angel. He was dragged to prison in chains, his trial a spectacle, his conviction inevitable. But death by hanging was not the end of his story. It was only the beginning. Because when the rope snapped his neck, he did not find darkness. He found fire. Hell did not wait patiently for him. It surged, swallowing him whole before his body even cooled. One instant, the gallows creaked above him. The next, he was lying on black stone, the air thick with sulfur, the ground trembling as though alive. Hell did not resemble the fiery pits of Scripture. It was worse. A vast plain of smoldering flesh stretched in all directions, broken only by rivers of molten bone. The sky above churned with smoke and faces that writhed like oil, their mouths open in endless screams. The butcher staggered to his feet, but there was no weakness in him here. He felt strong, stronger than he ever had in life, as though the weight of his sins had burned away the limits of flesh. And then came the hooks. They tore from the ground like iron flowers, barbed and dripping. They pierced his back, his arms, his legs, dragging him down until his face pressed against the molten stone. Pain roared through him, but he did not scream. Instead, he laughed, the sound echoing across the plain. Here was a place that understood him. Here was a place that matched his hunger. The torment did not end. Demons with bodies of charred sinew and jaws of bone pulled him apart, stitch by stitch, unraveling his flesh until nothing remained but raw nerve and bone. They fed his body to the rivers and pulled it back from the currents again, over and over. Each time, his form grew less human. His ribs jutted like spines, his arms stretched into blades, his mouth split wider than it should, teeth multiplying like shards of glass. The butcher was not punished in hell. He was remade. It is said that hell does not waste cruelty. It takes the cruel and turns them into tools. And so the man who had butchered in life became a butcher in death, a demon forged from his own hunger. His hands became cleavers, dripping eternally with blood that was not his own. His eyes burned red, glowing with the light of every soul he had carved apart. His laughter became a howl that split the air, driving the damned to madness. He did not wander hell aimlessly. He hunted. Through its endless caverns and burning fields, he stalked the lost, tearing them apart with the same delight he once had in life. But there was a difference now. Each soul he carved did not die. They screamed, shattered, and were pulled back together, only to be butchered again, over and over, eternally. The other demons did not challenge him. They gave him space, for even among them, he was feared. His cruelty outmatched theirs, his hunger deeper, his madness more profound. He became a legend whispered in hell's depths, a name carried on screams, the Devil's Butcher. But legends do not remain contained. Some say he learned to slip through the cracks, to climb back toward the world he had left. Not fully, never fully. His body was bound to hell, his shape too monstrous to walk among men. But his shadow could. His hunger could. There are places where the veil is thin, where murder has soaked the ground so deeply that hell itself leaks through. In those places, travelers speak of a figure standing at the edge of the trees, cleavers hanging at his side, body half hidden in smoke. They hear the scrape of metal on stone, the wet sound of blades through flesh, though no wound marks them. They wake with bruises shaped like hooks, with dreams of fire and laughter that is not theirs. The Devil's Butcher does not kill quickly. He drags time out, savoring each moment as though replaying the art he once made in life. Victims are found flayed open, arranged like sculptures, their blood painted in patterns no one can understand. Some are never found at all. And when you stand too close to those places, you may hear it. The sound of chains dragging across stone, hooks sinking into flesh, laughter echoing from beneath the earth. You may feel the ground soften beneath your feet, as though it is not stone or soil, but living tissue, waiting to pull you down. Because the Devil's Butcher does not belong only to hell, he belongs wherever cruelty lives. He belongs wherever blood is spilled for pleasure. He belongs in every shadow cast by fire. And if you listen closely, you may hear him breathing just behind you, waiting for the moment you step into the dark. You've now heard the tale of the Butcher, a man whose cruelty carved a place for him in the nightmares of all who knew his name. But death did not stop him. Something about him was too heavy for the grave, too loud for silence. His name surfaced again and again, not in rumors, but in official documents, police reports, missing persons files, evidence that should have been buried but refused to stay hidden. These are the records that were never meant for the public. The reports that show the Butcher did not end. He only changed. Case File 1974. The Cleaver Murders. Recovered document. Albany County Sheriff's Office Archive. Box 12B. Stamped. Destroyed, but preserved on microfilm. Incident report. The 12th of March, 1974. Reporting Officer. Detective Raymond H. Carter. Case number 74 to 112C. Classification: homicide, ritual. The summary: 3 bodies discovered at abandoned farmhouse outside Chesterfield, New York. All victims found in basement, arranged in unnatural positions. Extensive mutilation consistent with post-mortem staging. Symbols painted on walls in blood. Notable findings. Victims identified as missing persons from neighboring counties. No defensive wounds. Symbols do not correspond with known cults or gangs. Marks carved into rib cages resemble wings. Odor in basement described by responding officers as chemical mixed with rot. Evidence collected. Bone fragments not matching victims. Hook embedded in ceiling beam. Journal fragments with illegible handwriting. Case remains active. Officer notes, March 14, 1974. Basement excavation revealed additional remains beneath floorboards. Estimated 12 to 15 individuals. Some skeletal structures appear altered. Forensic pathologist Dr. Harold Wainwright described them as reconstructed incorrectly, as though someone tried to build a human out of spare parts. One set of remains included elongated ribs sharpened at the ends. Unclear if natural deformation or deliberate alteration. Witness statement, March 20, 1974. Local vagrant, name withheld, claims he saw figures carrying bundles into farmhouse weeks before discovery. States he heard laughter at night, like steel scraping stone. Witness intoxicated during interview. Case update, the 2nd of April, 1974. One incident. Fire destroyed Chesterfield farmhouse overnight. No accelerant detected. Fire described by responders as unnatural, white, and silent. All collected evidence had already been transported. Site remains restricted. Evidence log addendum. The 10th of April 1974. During cataloging, technicians reported unusual phenomena with physical evidence. Hooks appeared to rust within hours of collection, though conditions controlled. Bone fragments gave off odor similar to burnt hair when exposed to light. Journal fragments rearranged themselves between inventories. Handwriting shifted orientation. Items moved to cold storage. Case escalation, the 7th of May, 1974. String of disappearances across Tri-County area matches pattern. Victims vanish without signs of struggle. Vehicles found abandoned. Engines running. At 3 scenes, crude bone sculptures recovered. Each sculpture incorporated personal effects of victims. Pattern suggests organized group activity. Possible cult. Confidential memo. June 15, 1974. Handwritten note, unsigned, found clip to case file. They are not copying. They are continuing. The butcher did not die in 36. He changed. These arrangements are not crime scenes. They are doorways. Incident report, the 4th of July, 1974. Sheriff's deputy responding to missing persons call in Pine Hollow failed to report back. Backup located patrol car idling at roadside. Radio still transmitting static. Inside vehicle. Uniform intact, but body absent. Driver's seat soaked in black blood. Steering wheel scored with deep gouges. Nearby tree line contained object resembling statue built from multiple torsos. Structure unstable. Collapsed when touched. Autopsy of recovered remains inconclusive. Tissue density abnormal. Described as rubbery, resistant to incision. Restricted entry. August 29, 1974. Case transferred from Sheriff's Office to federal jurisdiction. Files marked "Do not circulate." However, microfilm copy survived in county archives. This reproduction shows signs of tampering. Pages out of order. Whole sections redacted with ink resembling dried blood. Marginalia not in original officer handwriting. Examples of marginalia. He walks with a cleaver's fall. The art is the door. Chains drag across the earth. Final report draft, September 17, 1974. Unfinished. Detective Carter's last entry before case closure. Patterns expanding. Symbols found not just on victims, but in soil, trees, stone, as if burned into landscape itself. Cannot be human work. Evidence suggests recurrence every 27 to 30 years. possibly linked to execution of name redacted. Smell and evidence locker worsening. Staff complain of nightmares. Dream of hooks, fire, laughter. Feel watched. I believe subject not confined to past. Subject active. Subject closer. File ends here. Archivist's note -1989. Recovered microfilm found in mislabeled box. Condition poor, images degraded. Attempted digitization resulted in corruption of 3 reels. Last reel produced only audio track, 0 o'clock to 0:04. Static, 0:05 to 0:18, sound of chains dragging. 0:19 to 0:22, human laughter, distorted. 0:23 to 0:28, screaming. 0:29, recording ends. The case files tell us the butcher could not be contained, could not be erased. But his story did not stay confined to paper. Whispers spread. Symbols appeared on walls. Families disappeared. And in the shadows, people gathered, not to hide from him, but to praise him. A cult was born. Not every monster needs worshippers, but the butcher has them. And through them, his legend grows. The cult of the cleaver. There are monsters that die when the rope snaps or the needle pierces the vein. Their names fade. Their crimes are picked apart by scholars. Their bones rot quietly under the soil. But some killers refuse to end. Some killers carve so deeply into the world that death itself cannot contain them. The butcher was one of those men. His killings in life were obscene bodies flayed into grotesque statues, ribs pried open like wings, faces sewn into masks of pain. He died by the hangman's rope, but when the crowd dispersed and the grave was filled, his story did not finish. Hell took him, stripped him, burned him, and forged him into something else, the devil's butcher. But hell is not a prison. It is a forge, and what it creates does not stay hidden forever. The first whispers began with the men who cleaned the gallows. They swore they heard laughter echo from the coffin before it was lowered into the ground. The priest who presided over the funeral rites reported the soil shifted for weeks afterward, as if something inside pressed against the lid. Within months, the grave had sunk deep, as though devoured from beneath. Those who remembered his killings felt something else too. A pull, a hunger. They returned to the crime scenes, to the empty fields and basements, and felt a presence lingering in the air. They began to dream of him, standing in the shadows, cleavers dripping, calling them forward with a gaze that burned hotter than fire. And so the first cultists were born. They were not the desperate or the unhinged. They were the fascinated, the ones who looked at his atrocities and felt awe instead of revulsion. Men who had collected newspaper clippings of his trial. Women who had hidden under blankets and shivered at the radio reports, but never turned them off. They began to gather in secret, sharing his name, sketching his crimes, tracing the shapes carved into his victim's flesh. They told themselves they were only remembering, but memory became devotion, and devotion became worship. They called themselves the Cleavers. Their rituals were crude at first, carving symbols into animals, daubing barns with blood. But soon they escalated. They imitated his murders, arranging victims the way he had, recreating the grotesque wings of bone, the statues of flayed flesh. Each time they acted, they felt him nearer. Each time the air grew thicker, the shadows deeper. By the 1940s, the cult had spread across counties. Disappearances were blamed on drifters, accidents, the chaos of war. But the Cleavers kept careful records, writing in journals bound in skin, each page filled with drawings of their handiwork. They spoke of the butcher as though he guided their hands, whispering instructions from the dark. And perhaps he did, because the line between hell and earth is not as firm as men believe. Murder thins it. Cruelty tears holes in it. Every act of blood in the butcher's name became a thread, weaving a bridge between realms. The cultists thought they were honoring him. In truth, they were building him a doorway. By the 1960s, witnesses claimed to see him at the edges of their crimes. A shape too large for a man, body warped and jagged, cleavers gleaming. Victims spoke of seeing a figure behind their captors, watching silently. Police investigating scenes found strange burns in the floors, claw marks on stone. The cult denied nothing. They wanted him closer. They wanted him back. In the 1980s, whole families vanished. Houses stood empty, doors open, meals still on the table. In basements, investigators found arrangements of bone that matched no human skeleton, sculptures of meat that pulsed as if alive. They sealed the reports, but rumors spread of a demon walking in the fields. The cleavers grew bolder. No longer a handful of worshippers, but dozens, hundreds, across states and borders. They spread his name in whispers, teaching new recruits the rites. Blood was spilled in abandoned factories, forgotten churches, crumbling barns. Always the same symbols, always the same artistry, and always the same presence watching. By the 2000s, the cult had gone global. Forums hidden in the dark web shared images too grotesque for police archives. Videos surfaced of rituals where chanting drowned out the screams. Law enforcement tried to infiltrate, but agents vanished, their reports ending mid-sentence. One file contained only a final phrase, "He is here." And still the world turned oblivious, because the cult knew how to hide. They buried their dead in foundations of new buildings, built sculptures of flesh inside walls no one would open for decades. They spread like a disease, invisible until it was too late. And the butcher himself? He was no longer confined to hell. Piece by piece, body by body, he stepped closer to the surface. Not whole, never whole, but present. A shadow at the edge of the firelight. A figure in the static of a recording. Hooks scraping across the floor of a locked room. The cult had succeeded. They had not summoned a ghost, nor a memory, but the real thing, the demon hell had forged. Now his legend is not whispered only in hell's depths. It is alive here, in the mortal world, in the places where cruelty flourishes. People vanish not into prison cells or shallow graves, but into him, their bodies rearranged into new forms, their souls dragged screaming into fire. And the cult still thrives. They walk among us, smiling, ordinary, invisible, until the knife comes down. Their victims are not random. They are chosen, marked by bloodlines, places, dates, all part of patterns no one can decipher but them. Patterns that feed him, that anchor him, that let him grow. There are stories of towns where everyone vanished in a single night, of hospitals where the power failed and whole wards were found emptied, of highways where cars are discovered with doors open, engines running, and no trace of the drivers. All left behind the same marks: cleaver wounds, hooks, statues of bone. If you travel far enough, you will hear his name. The Devil's Butcher, the Cleaver's Lord, the Hunger that walks. And if you hear it often enough, if you linger too long near the places where the disappearances cluster, you may see him too. Standing in the shadows, taller than any man, cleavers at his side, eyes burning red. You may hear the scrape of chains across the floor, the sound of hooks digging into stone. And if you see him, it is already too late, because his cult does not choose victims at random. They choose witnesses. They choose those who know the story. The Butcher's Tale is not just a story of one man. It's the story of what happens when cruelty becomes eternal. From his first killings, to the files that still bleed with his name, to the followers who call to him even now, the Butcher is no longer bound by life or by death. He is an idea carved into flesh, a hunger carried forward. If you see his mark, if you hear his name, if you feel the weight of eyes in the dark, know this: the Butcher's story is not over. And perhaps it never will be. Tonight, the fire burns low, and the shadows stretch long. We travel not to one haunted place, but 3, across oceans and centuries. From the ridges of North Carolina, where phantom lights drift in silence, to the dark woods of Transylvania, where the forest itself remembers you, and finally to old Japan, where a sorrowful ghost rises from her well to count forever. These are not just stories. They are hauntings that cross continents. Listen carefully, for they do not easily let go once heard. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, there is a place where the dark does not stay dark. On clear nights, after the sun has gone and the ridges fade into shadow, lights appear over Brown Mountain. They rise from the hollows and drift above the tree line, glowing in colors no lantern ever held: blue, red, sometimes white. They float, hover, dance, and vanish. Some are quick as sparks, others linger like stars pulled too close to earth. People have seen them for as long as memory reaches. The Cherokee told of ghost fires burning on the ridge, the spirits of women searching for fallen warriors. Settlers wrote of lanterns drifting through the trees, leading hunters astray. By the early 1900s, newspapers filled with accounts: trainmen, farmers, tourists, all describing the same thing: phantom lights, inexplicable and undeniable. The United States Geological Survey sent men to investigate. They spent weeks measuring, charting, watching. They concluded it was nothing more than headlights reflecting, swamp gas rising, atmospheric tricks of refracted light. Yet when they packed their equipment and left, the lights stayed. Headlights cannot explain lights seen in 1771. Swamp gas does not drift against the wind, and tricks of the atmosphere do not leave burn marks in the soil. An early settler's journal, dated 1812, holds one of the clearest surviving descriptions. Upon the ridge, as dusk did fall, I beheld a fire, bright and round. It did lift itself, hover in the night air, and vanish sudden. Others, too, saw the same, and we dared not go closer. Local Cherokee oral tradition stretches further back. One tale tells of a battle fought on the slopes, where many warriors fell. Their spirits, unable to find peace, carried torches in the night as they searched for home. Another claims the lights are guides for the dead, leading souls through the mountains. But hunters noticed something stranger. The lights did not always wander. Sometimes they paused, still and waiting, until the hunter moved, and then they moved too, as if watching. In 1913, a flood cut power to the region. For weeks, there were no trains, no cars, no lights at all. Yet every night, the Brown Mountain lights appeared, brighter than before. Farmers saw them rise from the hollows like lanterns lifted by invisible hands. Families sat on porches and watched them drift silently across the ridge. A man named William Saunders, a railroad worker, wrote in a letter to his wife, "They rise in 2s and 3s, blue like gas flame, red like coal. They do not flicker. They move as if they know where to go." He never returned home. His body was found months later, deep in the forest. No injuries, no cause of death. Campers tell of waking in the night to find their tents glowing, a soft light seeping through the canvas. Stepping outside, they see the lights hovering just beyond the trees, silent and patient. Some watch, entranced, until the sun rises. Others follow. Those who follow rarely return. Over decades, witnesses began to notice something. The lights were not random. They pulsed in patterns, sometimes slow, sometimes quick, like signals sent across a distance. Hunters swore the lights flashed in 3s when they aimed rifles, in 5s when they spoke aloud. In 1922, a professor from Duke University camped at the base of the mountain with a group of students. They brought notebooks and cameras, determined to solve the mystery. They watched for 3 nights. On the 4th, the professor wrote, "The lights answered us. When we struck matches, they brightened. When we called, they drew nearer. They are not reflections. They are not fire. They are something alive, His journals were found years later in a cabin, abandoned halfway up the ridge. The professor and his students were never seen again. Those who live near Brown Mountain know not to wander the hollows after dark. The air feels heavy there, damp and close, like the earth is holding its breath. Trees twist in odd directions, roots breaking through stone. Birds fall silent. And sometimes, if you are unlucky, the lights rise right in front of you. Hunters describe them as orbs the size of fists, glowing blue at the core with a red halo, soundless and steady. They float at eye level, pulsing faintly. Stare too long, and the world seems to tilt. Distances shift. The ground slopes where it should be flat. Shadows bend the wrong way. One man, a hunter named Carver, followed a light into a hollow in 1931. His companions found him at dawn, standing motionless, eyes fixed on nothing. His pupils were blown wide, his skin burned around the sockets as though from bright flame. He lived another 10 years, but never spoke again. The longer people watched, the clearer it became. The lights were speaking, not with words, but with rhythm, pulses, movements. Some locals believed they were warnings. Stay away. Do not follow. Others thought they were invitations. The patterns grew more complex when watched closely, looping, repeating, like phrases in a tongue no one could decipher. By the 1960s, a few researchers tried recording the flashes on film. When slowed, the sequences resembled geometric diagrams, spirals, triangles, shapes that folded into themselves. Non-Euclidean, impossible. One reel of film survived, stored in a university archive. The frames show a light pulsing in 7-point patterns, then splitting into 2, then merging again. The archivist who cataloged it noted in the margin, "This is not weather. This is not geology. This is intent. The lights lure. That much is certain." Every generation, a few go missing. Campers who step into the dark, hikers who wander off trails, hunters who vanish between ridges. Their bodies are rarely found. When they are, the results are worse. Skin pale, eyes burned, mouths twisted into shapes of words that do not belong to any tongue. Some have geometric scars etched into their flesh, as though carved by light itself. Others are intact but hollow, as if emptied of whatever made them human. Locals whisper that the lights need witnesses. They draw the living close, peel something away, and carry it back to whatever waits beneath the mountain. The mountain is not solid. Beneath the ridges are caves, hollows, chambers no map has charted. Miners who dug near the base spoke of tunnels that bent in circles, walls slick with strange residue, echoes that did not match their voices. One miner wrote in 1919, "We dug too deep, found a place that was not earth. The rock folded like cloth. The light came from the stone itself. We left and sealed the shaft. God forgive us. That shaft has never been found. Or perhaps it has, and those who found it did not return." The truth whispered in Boone and Morganton is this: the lights are not ghosts, not souls, not fire. They are feelers, probes, signals from something vast beneath the mountain, older than the ridges, older than the Cherokee, older than anything that walks on earth. The lights are its language. And every time we watch, every time we follow, we answer. Today, tourists flock to overlooks built by the state. They bring binoculars, cameras, phones. They laugh, waiting for the show. And more often than not, the lights oblige. They rise, drift, hover. Sometimes they flare close enough to make crowds gasp, but no one notices the patterns. No one sees that the lights always know when they are being watched. They pulse faster when cameras focus. They brighten when crowds murmur. They linger longest when someone whispers, "What is that?" And sometimes, just sometimes, one light does not vanish with the others. It hovers behind a single onlooker. It follows them down the mountain road. It shines faintly through their bedroom window. It waits. There are places where the earth is thin, where things older than men press against the surface. Brown Mountain is one of those places. The lights are not a mystery to solve, but a message to heed. They are not swamp gas. They are not headlights. They are not ghosts. They are a call. And one night, when enough of us have watched and wondered and whispered, the call will be answered. If you ever stand on that ridge and see the lights rise, do not stare. Do not follow. Do not believe you are safe, because there are others beside you. Because once the lights recognize you, they never forget. And when they decide you are ready, they will lead you into the hollows, and you will not ever come back. The lights fade behind us, but the night is far from over. Where one mystery vanishes into the sky, another waits in the earth itself. Let us walk deeper into a forest where compasses spin, time collapses, and something patient watches between the trees. Welcome to the Hoya Baciu Forest. There is a forest outside Cluj-Napoca in Transylvania that locals have feared for centuries. From the road, it looks no different from any other patch of woodland. Crooked oaks, dense thickets, the hum of insects in summer, the muffled hush of snow in winter. But if you ask the people who live nearby, they will tell you not to wander there. They will tell you the forest is wrong. They call it Hoya Baciu, and they call it cursed. Some whisper that it is haunted by peasants murdered long ago, their spirits trapped in the trees. Others say it is a place where the veil between worlds has thinned, where things slip through that do not belong. A few say it is older than all of that, older than memory, a place where the earth itself folds in ways no man should step. To outsiders, it is known by another name, the Bermuda Triangle of Transylvania. And for anyone who has gone too far beneath its canopy, that name feels deserved. People vanish there. Hunters, hikers, children. Some are never seen again. Some return hours later, dazed and confused, unable to explain where they have been. A shepherd once led 200 sheep into the forest. Neither he nor his flock ever came out. Families searched for weeks. Not a bone, not a fleece, not a footprint was ever found. Those who do come back often carry strange marks. Red rashes burned into their skin, as if from radiation or heat, though no fire touched them. Some are sick for weeks afterward. Others bear scars that never heal. And some return with something else, memories that don't align, time that doesn't add up. They walk in at noon and return at dusk, believing only minutes have passed. The forest does not care for clocks or calendars. Inside, time folds as easily as branches in the wind. And then there are the lights. Visitors tell of glowing orbs drifting silently through the trees. They flicker blue, green, white. Sometimes they hover, pulsing gently, before vanishing into the bark. Cameras aimed at them often fail, shutters freezing, batteries draining to nothing in seconds. Photographs that do survive show shapes that shouldn't be there. Misty figures, faces pressed against the glass, forms half human and half something else. Electronics never last long. Compasses spin wildly. Radios hiss with static, sometimes bending into voices that no one recognizes, speaking in tongues no one understands. Phones freeze, recorders fill with distorted hums. Cameras capture nothing but black. It is as though the forest itself does not want to be seen. The heart of Hoya Baciu is a place the locals avoid most of all. Deep inside the trees lies a clearing, nearly a perfect circle where nothing grows. No grass, no flowers, no shrubs. Only bare earth, as though scorched by something unseen. Scientists have tested the soil, taken samples, run experiments. They say there is no reason. Plants will not grow there. No disease, no poison, no imbalance. And yet, year after year, the clearing remains barren, an empty wound in the forest. Step into it, and the air changes. Birds go silent. Wind falls still. The temperature drops without warning, breath frosting in summer air. Some feel watched there, as though the trees themselves lean inward, bending to see who has dared step into the circle. Photographs taken in the clearing often distort. Figures appear in the background, faces half seen, limbs too long. Some visitors swear they hear whispers in languages they cannot place, voices echoing as though from far away. More than one person has collapsed there, struck by sudden nausea, dizziness, splitting migraines. A few have woken hours later with no memory of what happened. One man describes stepping into the circle at noon and seeing the sun wheel overhead in a blink, night falling in seconds. He awoke lying on the dirt at dawn, 24 hours gone, though to him it was only moments. The clearing is the heart of the forest's strangeness, the place where geometry itself seems to falter. What lives there is less clear. Apparitions are common, shadows flitting between trees, pale figures drifting at the edge of vision. Some appear solid, dressed in old clothes, staring with hollow eyes before vanishing. Others are less human shapes, twisted and angular, movements jerky as though played in reverse. Photographs capture them best. Pale outlines, faces blurred into smears, hands reaching from nowhere. But worse than what you see is what you feel. Visitors describe the sense of being watched, not by one presence, but by many. Not like eyes in the dark, but like the forest itself is aware, its branches and roots and shadows all bending toward you. Some describe pressure in their skulls, as if thoughts not their own are pressing inward. Others speak of dreams that follow them after they leave, dreams of endless trees, of circles within circles, of lights moving in silent rhythm. The forest does not simply haunt, it remembers. Locals tell stories passed down through generations. A girl vanished there in the 1960s, gone for 5 years, and returned suddenly to her family's home. She had not aged a day. Her clothes were the same, unstained and whole, as though no time had passed for her at all. She remembered nothing, but her eyes were different. She flinched at sunlight. She spoke little. Within months, she was gone again, leaving her bed in the night and never returning. Researchers came in the 1970s with instruments and cameras. They reported electromagnetic spikes, unexplained radiation, bursts of heat that singed their skin. One camera captured a sudden burst of light in the barren clearing, bright enough to blind, though no source was ever found. When the film was developed, it showed a twisted shape rising from the soil, a column of angles and shadows. The negatives burned to ash within days, though no fire touched them. Skeptics dismiss these stories as superstition, the kind of folklore any isolated place might collect. They say the forest is only a forest, its legends fed by tourists and thrill seekers. But the people who have walked there at night know better. Too many return pale and silent, unwilling to describe what they saw. Too many carry burns on their arms, rashes across their skin, eyes that twitch at shadows no one else sees. Some things in the Hoya Baciu are older than folklore, older than language. They wait in the crooked branches, in the barren soil, in the clearing where nothing grows. They wait with patience, as trees do, bending time and space as easily as wind bends grass. And if you stay long enough, if you listen to the hum in the soil, you will realize the truth. The forest is not haunted by ghosts. The forest is alive. It watches. It remembers. It waits. And once you step beneath its canopy, it will not forget you. Not when you leave, not when you sleep, not when you wait miles away. It will still be there, branches bending toward your memory, shadows stretching into your dreams. Because the Hoya Baciu forest does not let go, it only waits for you to return. The forest closes in behind us, leaving only silence. But across the seas, in another land, another spirit waits. Her grief is sharper than any blade, her scream louder than the wind. Follow me now to Edo, Japan, with the voice of a wronged servant girl, still rises each night from a well that will never rest. In the old days of Edo, when samurai lords ruled their households with iron discipline, there stood a mansion in the district of Bansho, quiet by day, but restless by night. It was not the sliding doors or the lanterns that gave it life, but the porcelain plates within, 10 of them, delicate and priceless, heirlooms of the house. They were counted and polished daily, guarded as treasures beyond food or coin. And to one servant girl fell the duty of tending them. Her name was Akiku. She was young, diligent, her steps soft upon the tatami mats. Each morning she laid the plates out in order. Each evening she returned them to their chest. Her hands were steady, her eyes watchful. But even the most careful life may stumble when envy or cruelty waits in silence. Some say her master desired her, and she refused him. Others say a rival servant coveted her place and plotted against her. Still others whispered that the plate was truly broken, whether by chance or carelessness, and that no forgiveness could be found for so grave a loss. However it happened, the tale is always the same. One plate went missing. 9 plates sat in their place, and the 10th was gone. The house trembled with fury. The samurai master raged, his honor wounded, his treasure incomplete. Okiku searched again and again, but no crack, no shard, no trace could she find. And whether it was through treachery, accusation, or truth, the blame fell upon her. Some tell that she was struck, her body beaten. Some tell she was bound, her cries ignored. But all agree on the end. She was dragged to the garden well, deep and black, where water lay unmoving. And there, without mercy, she was cast down. Her scream echoed against the stone. Her body fell into the dark, and the waters closed above her. The household was silent after that. The 9 plates remained, mute and gleaming. The 10th was never found. But death was not the end for Okiku. It began the very next night. A servant walking past the well stopped suddenly. From the darkness rose a faint sound, a voice, soft and thin, dripping as though carried upward on water. It was the voice of a woman, familiar and broken. 1, 2, 3. The servant froze, breath caught in his chest. The voice went on, steady and low. 4, 5, 6. He ran inside, whispering what he heard, but the others laughed nervously, unwilling to believe. Yet when midnight came again, more ears heard it. A woman's voice rising from the well. 7, 8, 9. And then silence. The listeners leaned close, hearts pounding. For a moment, all was still. Then the voice came again, louder now, sharpened by grief and rage. 10. A shriek split the night, high and piercing, echoing through every corner of the house. Servants clutched their ears. Lamps rattled on their hooks. Children cried in terror. The voice faded only after long minutes, leaving silence heavier than before. Night after night, the haunting returned. Okiku's voice would rise, dripping with sorrow, always the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The pause stretched thin, unbearable. Then came the shriek. Sometimes she screamed the missing number. Sometimes it was only a howl of loss and rage. But always it cut through the night, freezing the blood of all who heard. Samurai who had faced battle trembled at the sound. Servants covered their ears with cloth, but the voice seeped through. Some fled the mansion entirely, unable to endure the counting any longer. It did not stop at the household. Neighbors too began to hear it, the ghostly counting rising with the wind. Travelers along the road paused and crossed themselves, hearing the soft voice drip from the well, though the gates were shut. The tale spread quickly until all Edo knew of the counting maid of Bansho. Priests were called. They chanted sutras, rang bells, burned incense, until the smoke filled the mansion. But when midnight came, the voice returned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The priests prayed louder, beads clutched in trembling hands. But no prayer silenced the scream that followed. Exorcists came, men skilled in binding restless spirits. They cast charms upon the well, inked paper seals upon the stones. For a day, silence lingered. But on the second night, Okiku's voice returned, softer than before, but sharper too. The counting measured, deliberate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The seals blackened and fell, scorched as though by unseen fire. They say she appears still on some nights, rising from the well's mouth. Her body is pale as porcelain, her hair long and wet, her kimono torn by the fall. Her eyes are wide, her face streaked with sorrow. She crawls upon the rim, fingers dripping water, her mouth whispering numbers. She searches endlessly for the missing plate, for the broken honor, for the 10th that will never come. Those who see her say, she will not look at you. She counts instead, her lips shaping each number slowly, mournfully. But if you wait, if you listen for the end, if you hear her shriek, then her head turns, and her eyes find yours. The well is still there in Atchison, some say. Others say it was filled, covered with stone, sealed to keep her below. But no seal can bind an Onru, a spirit of vengeance as strong as Okiku's. Her grief is too deep, her rage too sharp. The well may be closed, but the voice still rises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then the silence, the pause, the breathless waiting. And then the scream. Travelers who stay near the site report dreams of water dripping in the dark. They wake to the sound of counting, faint at first, then louder until their ears ring with it. Some wake with porcelain shards upon their pillows, though none are missing from their homes. A few claim to hear the counting wherever they go, whispered in alleys, echoed in tea houses, breathed against their ears in the dead of night. The story of Okiku is told as warning to those who would wrong the innocent, to those who would betray trust, twist honor, or break what cannot be replaced. Her sorrow is endless, her scream eternal, and her counting, her endless, hopeless counting, marks the hours of those who hear it. For once she counts you, she does not forget. Okiku is not a tale of battle or conquest. She is not a ghost who may be bought with prayers or turned aside with charms. She is sorrow made into sound, grief bound to ritual. She counts because she cannot stop. She screams because the 10th plate is always missing. And every time she rises from the well, every time her voice drips from the stones, she carries her grief into the ears of the living. Listen closely, and you may hear it. The soft whisper, the steady cadence, the endless tally of loss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then the pause. And then the scream. And so the fire burns low once more. We have seen lights that no science can name, walked a forest that remembers every step, and heard a ghost's endless counting echo across centuries. 3 hauntings, 3 continents, 1 truth. The dead do not sleep quietly. Remember these stories, but do not carry them too closely. For some voices once heard will follow you into the dark.